Håfa Adai, good morning. Thank you everybody for being here with us today. Today's date is August 26, 2026. This morning's continuation of the GDOE and Guam Education Board Oversight Hearing, originally held on June 24, 2026 by the Committee on Education, Library, and Public Broadcasting, is now called back to order. The time is now 9:01 a.m. Before we begin, there's some housekeeping matters we'll briefly discuss. The first notice of this continuation oversight hearing was disseminated to all senators and media outlets on August 18, 2026, with its second notice disseminated on August 23, 2026. Notices of this hearing were also made available on Candid News Group, the Guam Legislature's website, our legislative calendar, and Government of Guam's public notice portal. Today's oversight hearing is being broadcast live on the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel, and the transcript will be filed with the Committee on Rules and be made available on the Guam Legislature's website. Today our committee will focus on the following items. Although there was an original agenda from the first oversight hearing, today's focus is going to be when we had recess originally and talked about rescheduling a follow-up, the focus was going to be on school readiness for 2026 and a report back to the committee in regards to, I know that because of the special session, we weren't, the intent was at least to have an oversight hearing prior to the school opening. That didn't happen because of special session, but we're here today, and so we'll go ahead and focus on that. The other thing, and then whatever other questions my colleagues may have. At this time, I'd like to also welcome my colleagues who have joining us this morning. Vice Speaker Tony Yatta, Senator Sabrina Salas-Metanani, Senator Sean Gumatato, and Senator Chris Barnett. Before we begin, I'd like to remind everyone of attendance and of the Legislatura and Guahan's General Rules of Conduct. Individuals testifying shall first be recognized by the chairperson before speaking and shall state their full name for the record. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance or nature of today's agenda. Personal inferences to the character and motive of any senator or individual testifying is not permitted. Pursuant to Section 11.07 of the 38 Guam Legislature Standing Rules, a chairperson may order the removal from a hearing or committee or subcommittee of any person who is not a member of the Legislature in Guam and who fails to observe proper decorum. Any violation of this general rule of conduct will result in immediate removal from this public hearing room. Now, since we've gotten that basic housekeeping matters out of the way, Ms. Superintendent and Madam Chair, you please have your management team or anybody that's here to testify, please come up to the table here so we can get you guys sworn in. If there's anybody in the audience who may or here who may possibly have to answer questions or provide any kind of comment and respond, if you could just please also stand and be sworn in.
You provide today, whether it be verbally, electronically, and in writing, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. Mr. Chair, under oath.
Thank you. Before we have GDOE do their presentation or present their information in regards to school readiness, I'll go ahead and start with my opening. Håfa Adai, good morning, everybody. Before I say anything about GDOE, the board, the administration, or anything else, I want to start with myself. As the chairman of the Committee on Education, I have oversight responsibility over our public school system. And as chairman, I have to own my share of what has happened, and it's quite simple. We failed our students. GDOE, the Guam Education Board, failed them. This government failed them. Leadership means taking ownership when things go wrong, not just taking credit when things go right. Over the last several days, we've heard a lot of people in position of leadership point fingers at someone else. Maybe it's to deflect responsibility, maybe to get a soundbite, maybe blaming someone else is simply easier than admitting that all of us could have done better. We're not interested in doing that today. You know, I served in uniform, I've served in combat, and one of the most important things I've learned is that when your life is on the line, it doesn't matter who screwed up. What matters is how we fix the problem, how we complete the mission, and how we bring people home. That has been my approach throughout these challenges. When we first heard about Teason High School and Simon Sanchez, we went there to see firsthand about the conditions at the school. At the first visit, we met with Cortec. The next day, we toured the campus again with their team. The day after that, we brought the GDOE leadership, board members, union reps, teachers, even the attorneys and parties who needed to be there to help. The following day, approximately 120 workers showed up and began chipping away at the problems. That is what leadership looks like. If we identify the problem, we bring people together and we get to work. When we heard about the concerns at GW High School involving SIFA, we went there too. We listened to their concerns and the impact on their students. Then we brought GDOE and SIFA together and began working toward an alternative that would address SIFA's needs without creating additional problems for George Washington High School. Instead of waiting until the end of September, we also went to Southern High School. Instead of waiting until the end of October when Southern was expected to undergo inspection, we went to the campus, myself with the principal. We saw firsthand the amount of work that will be required to get the campus where it needs to be. So in mid-August, we reached out to the Secretary of the Navy to begin conversations about how the federal government and our military partners may be able to help. That effort brought GDOE, the Governor's Office, Joint Region Marianas, the military engineering personnel, the Guam National Guard, the Department of Public Works, and others to the same table. We're now waiting for a detailed inventory of the punch list of what needs to be done so that we can begin working through it before Southern reaches a crisis point as well. There will be absolutely a time to look backward and determine exactly where the government failed. There will be a time for accountability, and when that time comes, nobody should be exempt, including myself. But first, we need to complete the mission. Complaining does not fix a classroom, finger pointing doesn't repair a restroom, and Instagram Live does not replace an air conditioning system. Work fixes those problems, and there's enough responsibility to go around. When the previous legislature adopted new health and safety standards for our schools, it raised the bar for what our campuses must meet. But government didn't necessarily give GDOE the chance to meet those standards. We did not provide all the resources necessary to renovate aging campuses and bring every school into compliance. That is our fault. So we have asked GDOE to provide the committee a complete punch list for every school, every crack, every leaking toilet, every broken door, not a list of temporary patches, not another Band-Aid. We want to know what it will take to permanently bring all our schools into compliance so that this legislature can work with GDOE, the governor, and our federal partners on a long-term solution. Because this problem is bigger than facilities and funding. Some of the problems are policy problems which we need to address, and we hope that you can work with us on that. That is one of the reasons we're going to continue to have this oversight hearing. For example, we've been told that Southern High School certain classrooms may receive demerits because they're considered too bright due to natural sunlight. If that is true, then we need to ask whether the standards we adopt actually make sense for schools in Guam, or we just schedule inspections on a cloudy, rainy day like this. Our laws and regulations should protect children, they should promote health and safety, but it also should reflect the reality of our campuses, our climate, and the resources available to our schools. The same applies to special education. We continue to hear concerns about the number of one-to-one aides employed by GDOE. We have been told that the federal government has raised concerns that Guam exceeds national levels in the use of one-to-one aides. We need to understand why. Is it because Guam has greater student needs? Is it because of how IPs are being written? Is it because we do not have enough teachers, specialists, or other support personnel? Are we relying on one-to-one aides to compensate for weaknesses elsewhere in our system? We need those answers, and we need them soon. Those are kinds of questions we should be asking today. The hearing is not about finding one person to blame. It's about understanding where the system is failing, determining what needs to change, and making sure that every level of government, including this committee, does its part. My responsibility is simply not to criticize when something goes wrong. My responsibility is to provide oversight, demand answers, remove barriers where we can, provide resources where they are justified, and hold people accountable when accountability is warranted. And that accountability begins with acknowledging that we all had a role in getting here, but it cannot end here. And now we have to fix it. Most importantly, our responsibility is to make sure our students have safe schools, functioning classrooms, qualified teachers, and every opportunity to succeed. That is the mission. Until that mission is complete, that is where the committee's focus will remain. And with that, Dr. Wampat, your team can go ahead and present.
Buenas and Håfa Adai, Honorable Senators, Senator Borja, Senator Gumatauto, Vice Speaker Ada, Senator Dueñas, Senator Matanani, Senator Barnett. You started this. Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to come in. I know sometimes when you think about an oversight, normally people think that the worst, rather. But for us, because we're only 8 months into our leadership, it's very important that, yes, we present to you, not just our findings, what has happened in the past, what currently is happening, and how do we move forward. So in spite of what you said earlier, and yes, we will focus on what you're talking about, school readiness, but because it's been some time and it won't take too long to just go through the list in which you've provided us for the benefit of the members and of course and others as well. The only area in which would probably take much more time is when we come to facilities and when we break it down school by school, so you have a better idea, a true picture of what at least the third-party evaluators have said about our facility. I'm just looking around because I want to make sure that I get deferred always to our board member. So if Dr. McNitch would like to speak first, I welcome aboard my board to speak first.
Thank you, Senators, and certainly thank you, Dr. Wampat. Ladies and gentlemen, we all care about education. We all care about our children, and I am very pleased that the legislature holds this kind of oversight to look into all matters related to government and also all matters related to helping our children. And so at this point, I'd like to certainly defer to the experts on the panel. I am a board member, and I do hold board responsibility, and we hold everyone accountable on our board. But I have to say that the true experts for the matters discussed today are certainly Dr. Wampat and her team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. McNitch. So, Senators, what are the talking points that I have specifically to school readiness is to tell you where we were and how we got here. So all the schools under the leadership of Deputy Jackie Kittigwa, all schools were required to submit a weekly school readiness report to track progress across the 13 readiness components. And just to, let me pull it out. So for you to be able to understand this, so then those components that are being monitored are faculty vacancies, staff vacancies, one-to-one aides locally and federally funded, one-to-one aide vacancies, both federal and local, the master's schedule completion, student schedule completion, deep cleaning of the schools, student handbook completion, faculty handbook completion, student orientation date and information sent to the media, professional development days, plans that are submitted, and PD days also completed, the Operation Baligaskas, and critical maintenance issues. So when these forms are sent back, they created a district readiness status and progress tracker, which is updated weekly, and to consolidate the information to provide central office and facilities and maintenance with an overall picture of the district's readiness and areas required continue. The timeline is that we started this tracking on June 3rd, 2026, and continued through August the 5th, 2026. All schools consistently submitted their weekly readiness reports throughout the tracking period, demonstrating their diligence and cooperation in the readiness process. The Declaration of Readiness is the formal document confirming a school's readiness to open for school year 26-27. All schools were required to submit the declaration prior to the opening of the school. The declaration declared acknowledgement and signatures from the following: the school safety liaison officer, the school principal, the school and community learning representative, the deputy superintendent for schools, and my last will be my signature. So the report that we have for you for the opening of the school year is based on the checklist. So as of August 25th, 2026, district-wide, the enrollment dropped from 22,658 students last school year. And as of August 13 of this year, our student enrollment is 21,605. The enrollment by the elementary is 9,200. Middle school enrollment, 4,990. Our high school enrollment, 7,415. This represents a decrease of 1,053 students. On faculty vacancies, and this is just brief at the very beginning, and I have my HR person here who would also then go over all the vacancies. But of special interest, we're saying here that this was asked of us also by the board, because it's critical for schools to open, is what does the faculty vacancy look like? So we have 65 faculty or teacher vacancies and 39 school aide vacancies. As I stated earlier, all the other items that were stated are complete, and also all schools at the PD level for 2 days in August 6th to the 7th as a professional development for all the schools. So that is on the opening of the school. And the second will be the Typhoon recovery and emergency expenditures that will be shared by DFAS.
Good morning, distinguished senators. What I can give you is an overview summary of the emergency expenditures. For a detailed summary, I'm still compiling the data. It's still underway. So I want to give you an overview of exactly what went on. We were appropriated $250,000 for emergency shelter. There were 5 shelters opened during Typhoon Bobby. So that came up to $1.25 million. The money was spent, initially the funds went to the supplies and equipment necessary for the emergency shelters. For example, other than sanitation needs, we didn't draw from the school itself, so the shelteries required, the toiletries and things like that. So we had to purchase the sanitary needs. We had to purchase we purchased huge fans. So in the cafeterias or in the gyms where the shelteries were being housed, if power were to go out, or some of the shelters don't have air conditioning on their generators, so we bought these huge floor fans, large, and we bought 2 for each shelter so that we could get a cross ventilation for the shelteries. We bought rechargeable LED tripod lights because out in the hallways and the corridors, not all of the lights are run off the generators, so we provided extra lighting for the shelters. And under Dr. Wanpat's guidance, we purchased actually these wristbands that you would get at like a concert or something. We put every sheltery had a wristband. The reason why is from past experience, we realized that the shelteries were leaving to go check their homes, maybe go get some food, and coming back and mixing, and some of them, and bringing their cousin or bringing another family member who had not registered. So to ensure accountability of all the shelteries and make sure they'd gone to the front office and register them, the solution was we tagged everybody with a wristband. And those, when we informed the Guam police officers and customs officers who were there that anybody you see, children and adult alike, who don't have wristbands, they need to be directed to the office because there's a possibility they did not register. So heavy equipment has been purchased. There's 6,000 gallons of water tanks at the shelters, 6,000 gallons. So they have to be replenished. The generators, when the power goes out, the generators are running and they start losing fuel. We found, unfortunately, that when the generators started getting low, we called for our contractor to come and refill our generators, and the answer was no. The wind is blowing. There's a typhoon going on. So, but we can't say no. It's our responsibility to ensure the generators are running. So moving forward with the money, emergency money that we got from Typhoon Bobby, we've purchased a 500-gallon diesel tank. We purchased trailers so that we now can refuel our own generators. Our employees have no issue with going out and refilling the generators. In fact, we're staging one at the area that has the most consumption just for emergency refill. We're buying a water tanker for water because there's 6,000 gallons in one school. In fact, part of the emergency money, we ran into this situation where when after Typhoon Bobby, Core 1 was transitioned to Core 4, we realized that the school shelters are Tier 1, but the Tier 2 shelters weren't ready. So that required an extended opening of some of our school shelters into Core 4. So what we had to do, and now you have preparations for school. So what we did do is we created additional capacity at GW by putting water storage tanks and there so that we can get extra capacity for Tier 2. We looked at the gymnasium, which was off to the side, and the Tier 2 area could now be utilized without interfering with the classes if that were to be the case. But the GW restrooms have high pressure flushing toilets, so we had to ensure that the water tanks that were installed were high pressure with booster pumps. So all of that was done in an emergency situation. So, but it was done. The capacity is there now, and moving forward, in the event that there's any issue or discussion with transitioning from Tier 1 to Tier 2, there's capacity that is kind of outside the mainstream of the school that could be an optional use in the event that the Tier 2 mayor's offices aren't available. So heavy equipment is being purchased, is underway of purchasing. Fact of the matter is, we've been in front of the legislature when there was a discussion about an additional amendment to the emergency money, and GDOE came in and we said, given that we had $1.25 million for salaries and equipments and supplies, we actually are exceeding that by approximately $160,000. So I think the ask was for $160,000. But what I would like to do is given more time, because it's a really busy time right now. The audits is completing, the EY audit is completing, the oversight hearings, the public hearings, the board meetings. So there's a lot going on. And I just say that to say 100% accountable for that money. It's going to good use. It's strengthening the shelters. The next time we have a typhoon, in the event we do, we'll be stronger than we were before. Money's well spent and appreciated. I will put together a dollar for dollar, dime for dime, and get that to Senator Borja within a couple of weeks or a month. Thank you.
On the vendor, outstanding vendor and ARP monies, that's, again, DFAS.
So I'm a popular guy. So I've actually brought the aging accounts. I handed in a copy for everybody at the front door. I would, for the aging accounts, let's start with that. I would like to say that we have a financial oversight committee that oversees all the finances of GDOE. We meet monthly, the third or fourth Thursday of the month. And as far as they look at everything, all of our finances, and one of the things they said in this last meeting is they actually picked up the accounts payable and they showed it to me and they said, we want to congratulate you, Mr. DFAS. Accounts payable aging has to do with paying the contractors, paying the the vendors that we purchase services or supplies from. What they said is this is the first time in their recollection that all the payables were current to such a point that the outstanding payables for both federal and local fit on a single piece of paper. So what are we doing at GDOE? We're paying our bills. We're paying them on time. And we were commended for that, and they appreciated that. So that oversight hearing said, thank you very much, keep up the good work. Now, as far as some of the other vendor payments, we have a FBLG middle school refurbishment project with the contractor has 3 invoices out to us right now. The majority of that, and we paid $100,000 to that contractor last week. But we have the majority of the money remaining on that contract is retention. So retention means everything's done. It's 100% complete. It's a reserve in the event that something isn't fixed properly, then you have money to make it fixed properly. So we're coming to the end of that contract. We have some money. We have the money to pay it. We just need to make sure that all the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed before we pay the retention. Let's see. We have JB Modern Tech. You're asking about ARP monies. JB Modern Tech has, they have a total outstanding right now requesting of $1.8 million. The one thing I want to say about JB Modern Tech is that they are not in compliance with the contract. They refused to comply with the contract, and that was involved in the Ernst & Young audit. We requested, we did our due diligence in requesting them for a contract deliverable. All contractors that deal with federal monies are required to provide a salary report showing that they adhere to salary requirements of federal contractors. That is a requirement of the contract. This particular contractor refused to give it after multiple attempts to get it. It's going to be an EY audit finding. But we can't force him to comply. But he's not in compliance. And not only that, in addition to that, there was work done outside the scope of the contract, which is in legal turmoil. So that work is, right now, there's invoices to the tune of $1.8 million. So we are in legal turmoil, procurement turmoil, and we have to figure out the way forward on that. And finally, we have Cortec. We have approximately $20 million in Cortec. We have procurement work done outside the scope of the contract. We have procurement challenges. We have funding challenges, because this is work that was performed that wasn't, the primary source of funding for this Cortec contract was ARP money. ARP money had a lifetime. It had you don't use it by this date, it goes back to the federal government. And that grant is expired. That money is gone. So any money paid for on that contract, which was the refurbishment of 12 schools, and that's what this legal discussions and procurement discussions is about, to the tune of about $20 million. So I have legal advice to say stop, do not pay. There's too many legal challenges, procurement challenges. This has to be figured out another way forward on this. So as far as accounts payable, paying our contractors, we're up to date. As far as some of the ARP contractors, I just mentioned to you, we have some challenges. If there's no challenges, legal requirements, procurement violations, we pay. I think that's it. Thank you.
So for school facilities and maintenance, Dr. Julie will make that presentation. And I think in your packet, you would also have it by school, and we kind of highlighted what the school is so you can follow along. Yes.
Good morning, honorable senators. I would like now to talk about the facilities condition. So for the facilities, we have 38 schools, and of the 38 schools, we have public health compliance, and I'd like to report that 6 of them since January have received a grade of A, 6 B, 5 are pending. That means the inspection took place, but just pending the grade from public health. And some of the principal did know their number of demerits, and some are expecting, I think 3 are expecting an A, but until we see the permit, we will inform you. 1 passed, and the pass is the FBLG, and that, because it was under renovation, it has to go through a pass-fail. That means either you pass it or you fail it. So the FBLG went through, there's 3 phases. So phase 1 is certain areas of the school, phase 2, and both phase 1 and phase 2 passed the inspection. Phase 3 is, will be done next week, and public health will be inspecting. They already did the inspection, and we anticipate that they will pass. FBLG received, for phase 1 and 2, received their conditional permit from DPW, and likewise with the phase 3, their inspection is next week, and they don't foresee any problems. That will provide us with a full occupancy of FBLG. So the next one is the facility condition assessment findings. So Guam Power Authority entered into a contract with a third-party company and to provide facility condition assessment that included GDOE facilities. So this third-party assessment, this third-party company used the assessment planning and performance software that utilize to document facilities condition to determine current requirement and future facility need. So what I've submitted to you is the executive summary of all the schools that was assessed. Outside, FBLG is not part of it. Teason is not because of the lease. Simon Sanjay Chanchas because it was condemned, and JFK was not assessed. So what you have is approximately 37, I believe, schools that are here, and it's in alphabetical order. So if you look at the table, so it tells you the year it was built. So the first one is Attica, and the square footage of the school, and the total needs for school as of 2026. So to repair all those items that was noted, it would cost us $3 million. That's a total need for 2026. And of course, there's a replacement value, which is 50 million, over 50 million. And then you got the CFI. The CFI is the Facility Condition Index, a standard industry matrix used to measure the physical condition of the building of a facility. For 0 to 5 is considered good condition. 5 to 10 is considered fair, and poor is anything greater than 10. So on the bottom of the table, it shows, like, for instance, Attica, it's a 7, meaning that it is in a fair condition. Yes. So next, if you go to the next one, which is Agana Heights, if you turn the page, it identifies the areas that requires a lot of areas that was built. It appears that it was phased in. But for the total need for 2026 to repair all those things, and the things we're talking about actually is the plumbing, the electrical exterior enclosure, HVAC interiors, the safety, plumbing, roofing, and the site infrastructure. So to complete all those repairs for Agana High School, we are looking at $8,631,000, so over $8 million for that. Okay, and in the next school, Agada Johnson, to repair all the identified discrepancies, we're looking at $18 million. This is for 2026. And with a 17 CFI. So that tells you where it's, you know, anything above 30, I believe it's at poor, really bad condition. Astumbu Elementary, to repair all those discrepancies, over $5 million. Again, poor rating. Astumbu Middle, we're looking at over $4 million. Fair rating. Titanal Elementary School, for all the repairs, we're looking at over $5 million with a rating of 10, again, fair rating. Price Elementary School, repairs over $9 million, 14, that means poor rating. It's in very poor condition. And likewise with Carbolito Elementary School, poor rating. And to repair all those, we're looking at over $7 million. Price Elementary School, their rating is 15, poor. And we're looking at over $11 million. Finagayan Elementary School, 16 CFI. And to repair all those deficiencies, we're looking at over $8 million. GW, we are looking at over $38 million. And as you can see, also, it indicates the year it was built. It was built in 1965. So to repair all those things for GW, it's going to cost us over $38 million. For Inarahan Elementary School, we are looking, the CFI grade is 11, and that's poor. We need over $6 million for that school. Inarahan Middle School, built in 1973. To repair all those, we're looking at over $9 million. Or 19, sorry. For JQ San Miguel Elementary School, a rating of 15, that is poor. We need $6 million. Jose Rios Middle School, built in 1973, a CFI of 15, again poor. We need over $13 million. J.M. Guerrero Elementary School, built in 1971. We need over $7 million, and the rating is 20. So that's very poor. But, Antalan Middle School, built in 1958. We will need $14 million, and its rating is 12. Liguan Elementary School, we just need just over $3 million compared to the others. Maria A. Sablan Elementary School, built in 1972, with a 19 CFI requiring over $13 million for that school. MU Lujan, built in 1973. We are looking at, to correct all those deficiencies, over $15 million. Machinauno, built in 1998. We need over $4 million with a CFI of 10, so it's fair, in fair condition. Maria A. Ulloa, built in 1965, to repair all those discrepancies or deficiencies, we're looking at over $9 million. Mariso Martyr Memorial Elementary School, built in 1966. We are looking at over $7 million, and they have an 18 CFI. That is a poor condition. Ocean View Middle School, built in 1959, OMG. We are looking at over $19 million. And their CFI is very poor, 21. Okadu High School, we're looking at $12 million. It was built in 2008. Orta Chalampago Elementary School, built in 1997. We need over $2 million, and they're in good condition. BC Lujan Elementary School, CFI of 18, is in fair condition. We need over $13 million. Southern High, built in 1997. With all the deficiencies noted, and they receive a CFI of 11, which is in poor condition, we need over $56 million to repair that school. Talafofo Elementary, we are looking at a total of over $6 million with a 17 CFI, poor condition. Tamuning Elementary, built in 1995, over $14 million, and it's in a poor condition. Truman Elementary, built in 1966, we require over $9 million to repair the school, and it's in poor condition. Upi Elementary, built in 1958, requires over $14 million with a 20 CFI. That's a poor condition. Vicente Benavente Middle School, built in 1966. We would need over $12 million to repair the school with a 15 CFI, which is poor condition. And the last one is Weddingale, built in 1968. We will need over $14 million with an 18 CFI. So if we want to repair all those things, and Senator Borja, thank you for informing us that you are committed to ensure that our school is safe, in a safe environment. But as you can hear, that a lot of our school, I think one or two are in fair condition, the rest are poor condition. So if we look at the district, which is Lagu, as the northern schools, we need $103 million for those schools. That includes elementary, middle, and high school. Luzon, which is the western side of the island, we would need over $61 million. The east, Cotton, we will need over $112 million. On the southern schools, we are looking at over $150 million for all those schools, for the schools of GDOE, to repair what is necessary to put them in good condition. We are looking at over $427 million. That's a lot of money that is needed for GDOE. So that is my report for facilities and maintenance. Please understand that the number of employees that I have under facilities and maintenance is 72 individuals. So 72, and yet we still manage to have, based on when I came in January, we have so far, we have received, like I said, 16 A's and 6 B's and 5 pending, which we know will pass A or B. And unfortunately, yes, we have one closure. And I can attest that the men and women at F&M are doing their best, and we are doing our best to mobilize all the schools. So annually, every year, we have to mobilize. So in essence, F&M is in a reactive mode. We do not have the capacity for preventive maintenance, but we managed to pass the stringent public health requirement to comply with the rules and their regulation. Thank you.
Senators, if I may, I just also wanted to provide additional information, and you have it in your packet, because when we started in January, when we first came in, that we needed to prepare a budget to submit. And I've been in the department many years ago, and I remember the days when sometimes school principals would be told to pad your budget, because by the time anyway we get down to the legislature, they're going to cut it to half. And that, was at that time. Knowing that, of course, and then having been a member of this body, appropriating monies to all the departments and the agencies, we took a very realistic approach in preparing for our budget. And based on the guidance as well from the board, is that we must include and budget accordingly. So what we did is that we took the adequate education and we applied a dollar amount to every single one of those to make sure then that we are in compliance. So, and I don't need to go through the entire list, but for certified teachers, at least for that, the largest part of it is $158 million. Now, I know the question was asked that in spite of that law, would you be able to fill all those certified positions? And the answer, of course, is no. As you heard earlier, we did say that we have about 65 vacancies, teacher vacancies. And then as you go further down, then it looks at other things like air conditioning, potable water, proper sanitation, libraries, and everything total. We did it based on personnel assigned to do those work. And the final dollar amount for just personnel for the adequate education was $259 million. Then there is the other non-personnel items. So in essence, when you look at what we did, following the law, the other is that we didn't do just the 14 points. We actually looked at other mandates from the legislature, and we included that dollar amount. And then the last thing that we included as well were the CBAs. Those are the collective bargaining agreement that we have for the different personnel required for SPED classes, for other aides to monitor in the hallways and so forth. And that's when we came up very realistic, I'm telling you, was the 307 just for this year. So, but I'm not saying that, we're at this point for us to say, okay, we need a supplemental budget, not at all, because you would also learn later, further down, will give you an idea in terms of where we are financially and within just a matter of 2 months, what exactly our budget would be in our projection, moving forward to October 1st. So what, in essence, we're giving you at least, because I know everyone wants to talk about how much is this going to cost. And this is not something that we're saying we're going to be proud to come out and say this, because it's a reflection of what we're doing, at our schools. So with the third party, this is not just us, this is a third party giving us a price quotation. Then we're taking everything, all the mandates by the legislature that you want us to do, and then of course, where we are financially. So I think it's important that we all know where we were in the past and where we are currently and how we're going to be moving forward. So I just wanted to make sure that, I share that with you before DFAS is going to talk about the other part of the finances. So the next item on the agenda here is the SIFA-GDOE agreement and George Washington.
Madam Superintendent, before you proceed, can we at least, I know Tizen was not on part of this list, but obviously that's one of the big concerns for the community. Can you at least provide to the committee or the just kind of the update in regards to the maintenance and current assessment?
Yes, okay, I will do that. So I can do it now then before I have these guys. Okay. So as we all understand is that the school was shut down after 3 days of being open. What had happened was that the scheduled inspection was supposed to be for August the 21st, but they had received either an anonymous call or photos being sent to public health saying that it was unsanitary condition, and so naturally public health, the Division of Environmental Health inspectors responded and came unannounced to the school. And so what they were searching for was the photos that were sent, and in addition, you know, the first place to look when you say unsanitary condition is to look at, you know, the restrooms. As a result of that, and you know, is that we got the inspection results back, listing 50 points. So anything definitely beyond 40 would be, you know, grounds for closure. So when that happened, it opened up a lot of things in terms of when we're going to do these repairs, can we do these repairs, who will do these repairs, do we have money to be able to do all of these repairs. So a meeting was called and you were present, 3 members of the board was present, Mr. Ho and his attorney, and our DOE attorneys, the 2 school principals also were there in my office meeting. And Dr. Ulloa had actually put a matrix together delineating whose responsibility is for certain items and trying to align it with the demerits. So that was a discussion that actually is taken further away from that meeting by the attorneys to look at whose responsibilities, you know, it is. What we ultimately found out is that the sole responsible party to maintain the school is not DOE, it's Cortec or CTI. There was an amendment, and I provided all of you a copy of the agreement so that you'll be able to read that at your leisure, and also review what the responsibilities are and what the contract states. So that being said, then we knew that the work would have to come from Cortec. Our guys are there to help, and they've actually installed like over 22 air conditioners, and it's not our responsibility. So there's, you know, some discussion, I'm sure, about that. But the thing is that when we found out that they are the sole person responsible, then the question now is, and they sent us a list of based on what needed to be fixed to repair and fix the demerits. Didn't have a price tag, and we were waiting to get a price tag, and it wasn't until yesterday, last night, that we did get a price quote, and for the work that is to be done at the school, and that is at a price, at a cost of $353,000. Now, one major issue at the facility is that there's leaks throughout the roofs. Prior to the workers starting to do water blasting, it was a little drips coming in and changing the ceiling tiles over the time. But after the water blasting, it just washed off, I guess, whatever layers of dirt or gunk, whatever, on the cracks. And it revealed all the cracks, and by doing so, they were able then to see now a large amount of water coming into the second floor. And the roof needs to be repaired first before we go in and change the ceiling tiles, and then any of the tiles that may have been, you know, warped as a result of being soaked in water. So based on that now, knowing exactly what the bigger issue is, that we were informed that in order then to do all the roofs would take them up to probably December of this year. And as you know, that initially when they were shut down, the very first thing to do was to go into asynchronous teaching, which is the Google Classrooms and learning packets for our children. It's not the best situation, but under that emergency, very quickly, action needed to take place, and that was it. The board had requested then, considering that we don't know how long it was going to take, because in our first initial conversation, it appeared that, they needed clarification, the contractor needed clarification in terms of what it is that public health is required. Like, for example, he was concerned that when it says that the tile is stained, do we go in, and he was thinking to replace all the tiles in the classroom, but then that was clarified that it would be just the tile then that is stained, and to make sure that the replacement is light in color. So some of those things then were discussed. The walls, also unevenness of the walls. So it's just to get a better idea, not just for, our people for the most part are accustomed to this, but it's the contractor that really needed to know what is required so that it will be done, properly and to be able to pass. So based on, and to go back to what I was saying now with the rain and the water blasting and the repairs is going to take months to complete, then, the question now is, and the parent representative at the board feels that, the asynchronous teaching learning packet or mode is not sufficient, and how then, and what then could be done. So a lot of these things are discussions, and nothing is set in stone. And as you know, when the board met that evening, and in the end of my report to the board, and based on all the items that I went through with every single principal to make sure they were addressing the teacher vacancies, they were addressing the need of the one-to-one adult support, and to look at busing. And based on the data that I received is when I made the decision and recommendation to the board is that we remain, at currently on status. And if you read the report and the options put together by the principals, and some, yes, they have met with some of their people, maybe not the entire faculty, staff, and other parents and community members, but they had already an idea of what it is that needed to be done, what it is that they have done before, and what it is that they even recommended to do to get out of the double session. And that's when that came, that word that everybody is so upset about, redistricting. But if you look at the options as provided by the principals, it ranked what they felt they could do this year with the double session, which it just got out of, but looking at the other schools to get all the other high schools now involved, and then the other option of coexisting, staggered times, and then last at the bottom of the list was redistricting, because that would take months, and if anything, it shouldn't be this year, if anything, maybe for consideration next year. So that was just recommendations. It doesn't mean that any action is taken. The board they're the only ones that can authorize a redistricting. I could work with the staff and the principals and the stakeholders about a double session, about co-locating, staggered times, and things of that nature, because that's more the operation of the school. So that is now the most up-to-date information that we have. I know they were meeting this morning or at 9. Unfortunately, we're here, so we'll get some word later on. Okay, so moving on then, just briefly, just to, I guess, discuss this agreement, is that my two deputies, and maybe I can just do it for them real quick so we can keep moving on, is that, excuse me, that they went to GW and spoke to the school principal, because we've always known in the past, they've known that even at the time for the sort, when GCC came out to help, help clean, fix, or whatever it is, they knew they had all these extra classrooms. And the question now would be, because of, and I'm not blaming you guys at all, but I'm always thinking is that then how, I mean, we are not a generating, institution, but I like to be able to, make sure that if we have these facilities that aren't being used, I want to lease them. I want to bring those monies in, and it's earmarked specifically for facility maintenance and repairs. So 16 classrooms were identified. They had asked for, there's one particular area where there are 4. The principal said, no, those are SPED classes, so they walked away. The next day, he said, oh, I spoke to my people, it's okay now, but I need for you to take care of these classrooms. I need for you to get us 4 containers so that we can put in all of our, supplies and materials. And of course, you know where that went afterwards when they went to speak, supposedly with the SPED teachers. It turned out that somebody invited everybody that came in there, and it didn't turn out so good. But then, so ultimately, what then has happened was that, and you did give a chronology of what you had tried to assist and met with them. So therefore, the department went and took the position that nothing would happen. They would stay where they are, so nothing was changed. Whatever work that was done will continue. There is a request for us to look into the asbestos, and we have communicated already with a company, and we would like to be able to go out and procure their assistance, not just for GW, but there are other schools that have been asking the same questions. So, and this is now the next issue that is very critical. I know, and everybody wants to talk about this, and it's important that we let you know where we are, and that's in special education services, because that's one particular division that we are being always sued. I walked in with 11 litigations. We've settled some, but then now there is this threat of additional lawsuits, not just for ADA. They're also looking at the 14 points and elevators. So those are the 3. Oh, and then this one now. This will be the 4th. So if I can ask Dr. Ashley Rossetti, and she was sworn in to come in and speak on special education. Dr. Rossetti?
Håfa Adai, good morning, senators. Excuse me. I will share based on, I know the big question that's happening right now is the adult support, and we commonly refer to them as one-to-one aids, but we also want to acknowledge that adults and the support students with disabilities get may not always be one-to-one. The adult support is important. Currently, some of the things that I am doing and what we're doing at the division is based a lot on the work of my predecessor. So they started with some of the tasks and some of the things they're doing to improve the Division of Special Education, and we're building on that now. So I wanted to make sure that was acknowledged. But what that means, first and foremost, I know we talked about services and supports. The one-to-one aids are one of them. To date, we have, and Ms. Ada will give more additional, it changes day to day, but currently we have 222 one-to-one aids that are adult support for our students. With that, that is 40% of the special education budget. But additionally, they're requesting for another 163 more. So it's already been identified that we as a region have a very high over-reliance on adult support, And we're trying to change that by building champions in the school so that we're paying teachers who are special education certified additional funding to mentor and build capacity at their school building. That includes bringing in personnel for training that is already contracted with the Guam Department of Education. We're also looking at an audit. There is a RFP that we've put out, and I believe a vendor may have been identified to see how we can look at the over-reliance and determine what needs to happen at the district level. At the school sites, we additionally have RBT trained, and those are those personnel at each school level who have been trained to work with students who have adverse behaviors, so that at the school level, all the schools have that type of support within their faculty. Sorry, yes, sir.
Real quick before you proceed, can you just state your name and maybe your position for the record? Sorry.
Oh, I apologize. My name is Asherdy Duenas Rossetti. I am the Acting Associate Superintendent for Special Education with the Department of Education. I apologize. Sorry, additionally, when we're looking at adult support, mainly IDEA looks at providing support academically for educational support. Safety is the responsibility of all Department of Education employees, whether you're at the school or elsewhere. Our student safety has to be our main priority. But educational teams for the adult support, the goal is so that students make progress on their outcomes and goals. So what we've done is partner also with our consolidated grant personnel, and this is with the approval of, I worked with federal programs with our Deputy of Curriculum, Dr. Liwag, so that we delineate the supports that are specific to special education, one-to-one aids or adult support, but also using our teacher assistants that are in the classroom, because our special ed students are general ed students too. So rather than separating all the supports, bringing in our teacher assistants that are with the consolidated grant, our one-to-one aides, or as we call them, school aid 1s and 2s, and our regular general ed aides that are providing safety that are locally funded at the school site, all of those supports are able to provide natural supports for the students to address that shortage. We met with principals yesterday and spoke with them, and we acknowledge there are changes that need to happen within the system, how we identify the aids, how we provide the aids, how we collect the data to support. But more important, we really need to look at how we're going to foster independence for our students. We have our highest number are students with autism, so we do have an autism consultant that we are going to tap into to provide training, not just to our employees, but our families as well within the community. Based on the services that we do provide, the Office of Special Education Programs, or OSEP, they require us to annually report progress toward the indicators, which are a specific measurement, and the tools we use to evaluate how well we implement IDEA. And we are currently scheduled for a DMS visit, which is a differentiated monitoring support visit, for that in December of this year. So our OSEP representatives will come out, and it's very similar to an accreditation of a high school or of another school, where they look at what we're doing, they give us ideas and recommendations on how to improve the services and supports to the students. Additionally, what we're looking at when we're talking about the special education budget, 40%, as I said, goes to the adult support. 30% of that $18 million budget that we receive is to all other personnel that are supporting, including our service providers. And then 20% goes to the contractual services of the shortage of therapy providers that we contract out because we don't have the personnel, but we're required to provide. The remainder is supplies and materials, such as wheelchairs or other equipment that students need. We have an indirect cost that's an overhead, But overall, the services that are being provided for students that we're not able to provide, those are done through contract work, and that's where, as Dr. Wampat said, our due process cases come from if we're not able to provide those services directly to the students. In the packet, I also included all of the reporting indicators and the progress for Part B, because we do have 2 sets of a grant for our 0 to 3 population, where visits and supports are provided directly in the home with the families to provide that support, and that's a model in their natural environment that we're looking at providing also, and doing outreach with our families, because our parents need that support as well for the school-age students. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next item on financial condition and budget execution by Mr. Leon Guerrero.
Good morning again. Franklin Leon Guerrero, the Deputy Superintendent for Finance and Services. I believe it was handed out, the FY26 budget execution. So we can go over that real fast. The source of the appropriation is divided up into categories of appropriation. So the first grouping, if you will, general fund, limited gaming fund, general educational facilities fund, healthy futures fund, ISA, healthy futures fund, health and PE, and public school library resource fund. So the grand total of the allocation budget was $240,702,770.69. In that category, we've year-to-date expended $209,404,873.62. Bottom line, we have encumbrances pending $2.5 million. We have pending requisitions $290,000. The available budget off that category remaining is $27,880,505.90. Next category of allotment is for facilities and maintenance, $10,864,099.31. Year to date, we have expended $7,996,245.11. We have $2.2 million in encumbrances and $50,000 in pending requisitions. Bottom line, available budget for F&M allotment is $598,532. The fact of the matter, I'd like to take a minute to talk about that number. As was mentioned earlier by the Deputy Superintendent for Facilities, we could spend hundreds of millions of dollars on the facilities. So this $598,000, if you're running a marathon, you pace yourself. So this facilities and maintenance budget is paced. We have emergencies, I'll give you just a small example. We had a school that had a water pipe breakage, a leak. Houses have leaks. The normal monthly water bill for this school was $8,000. There was a leak, and the next bill that was issued was $250,000 in 1 month. So when you walk around the school, you walk the grounds, it's dry. There's no obvious leak. So we had to call Guam Waterworks. They brought in special equipment to detect the leak. A backhoe was brought in, we dug down, and there was a leak, and it was pointed downward, so it was digging out a hole, digging a tunnel down. And that's just an example of what I was telling you, that it's a marathon, you pace yourself. We need to respond to that. We need to fix it, and that's what we did. That's just a small example. The next category of appropriations, tomorrow studies, menstrual hygiene products and Salapi Principat. Allotment was for $1.738 million. We've spent $604,000. We have year to date, we have $241,000 in encumbrances, $520,000 in pending requisitions. Available budget right now is $372,531. And as far as the Salapi principal, the principals are asking that if they could get more consideration, there's $300,000 still remaining in that, and they're asking for more consideration to use it. What I'll get into, I don't know if it's this time or later, the procurement process, and I will tell you, I'm looking for my numbers right now. I will tell you that we have 1,000 requisitions, 1,101 requisitions that are closed, 1,101 requisitions. And we have 496 pending to get cleared out by September 30th. We have like $30 million in pending procurement requisitions out. So with 1,000 completed and approximately 500 to go and time is running out, a lot is happening. We had to make a decision. At some point in time, you have to go through the procurement process of that which is in your queue. And if you continue to leave your queue open, the queue will continue to grow. You're not going to be able to resolve all the requisitions you have in the queue. So right now we have 496 requisitions to resolve. Procurements, some of them are multi-million-dollar. We could use some help at the AG's office because some of them are there. We're talking about millions of dollars in procurements for, let's just say, first responder radios, emergency shelter radios, $1.3 million. We're talking about the switches, the 38 school campuses, and when we say 38, that sounds like a lot, but understand no school has one building. Schools have multiple buildings. So we're talking about so many buildings that have to have internet connectivity, Wi-Fi. The students are nowadays getting into the Wi-Fi connectivity, Power School, all of that. The switches for the backbone to handle that communications is aged. They are aged. We have a procurement for multi-million dollars to replace that equipment. That's tied up in the AG's office right now. That money will expire in September, so we need to obligate it. So we've gone through the processes. We just need some help. AG's office is busy. It's a first come, first serve. But in this particular case, it's federal money. And if we don't get it done in time, the federal money will lapse and we have to cancel the procurement. And then our communications to all the schools that are at risk, we will now have to come back to the legislature, multi-million dollars to fix that. Right now, we would like to use federal funding. So there's a lot going on in the procurement. I wanted to mention, because sometimes it's spoken that, you know, if you had people who had gone through the procurement module training, then that would assist, right? So I just want to take a brief minute to go through it. We have an administrator of procurement who's gone through all 4 GCC modules for procurement. We have a buyer supervisor who's gone through all 4 modules of procurement. We have a second buyer supervisor who's gone through modules 1, 2, and 3, and is currently, if not already finished, module 4. We have another buyer 2 that has completed modules 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have a buyer 2 that has completed modules 1, 2, and 3, and is currently engaged in module 4. We have a buyer who has completed modules 1, 2, and 3, and is currently taking module 4. We have another buyer 1 who has completed modules 1 and 2 and is currently taking module 3. We have another buyer 1 who has taken modules 1, 2, and 3 and currently engaging module 4. We have a buyer 1 who's completed modules 1 and 2 and is currently taking module 3. We have an admin person in the office who has completed module 1 and is taking module 2 so that they can assist the other buyers. So I want to let you know that procurement's a serious business. We take it seriously, and we are going after the education that we need, the mandatory training. Difficult at times because GCC only puts out so many module training classes at a time, and there's a limit to how many people can sign up for it. But we are actively engaged in doing that. I want to go into a little bit, because we're talking about procurement, I want to talk a little bit about, there was an audit findings in procurement. And what happened was there was an audit and they sampled 67 purchase orders. They sampled 67 and the audit findings were 34 of them are missing. 50% of the sample was missing, which is a catastrophe, and that was the report. Now I want to tell you reality. 67 were sampled, and of the 34 were missing, they're missing because somebody didn't look hard enough. And it's not so much even their fault. Back in the day when there was a third-party oversight of the Department of Education, the third-party oversight had their, what they call their own Tyler Munis system. The procurement records were going into their system. GDOE had a Tyler Munis system, which they put procurement data in. At some point in time, the third party was removed, and GDOE took the whole process. But in the removal of the third party, they took some of their data with them that was not transferred into our system. So what I was able to do was to contact the organization that owns the Tyler Munis system, and we requested access to the information that was in the third party. We received access, we have downloaded to our system, and every one of the 34 procurement records which were not found, were missing, are there. 100% was located. There's no issue. Well, the issue is the report says 50% failure rate, but the reality of the situation is it was a process to figure out what happened to the records. Let's locate them, let's download them, let's print them off. We have them in a binder. If any auditor wants to come see them, they're readily available. So I want to let you know, talking to you today, that the procurement system in GDOE is busy. It's probably understaffed, because right now we are sweating to get 496 procurements out before September 30th. Some of them are multi-million-dollar, but we're working hard. We're working accurately. We know what we're doing, and let us do our work, because we're good at it. We're busy, and we're accountable. We're holding our people accountable, and the job is getting done. No, she's asking, I have another. So yeah, I want to get down to let's go back to the budget execution. So right now, today, we're showing $28,851,000 available. Now, if you look to the bottom right-hand corner of that sheet, what you see is projections to finish to the end of the year. So we have payroll projections to the end of the year, we have power projections to the end of the year, we have water projections to the end of the year. So based on those projections, which we have accurate estimates because we actual billings, we're showing that at the end of those projections, at the end of the year, we would have $1.8 million still. Now, I say that very cautiously because facilities could gobble up $100 million if we wanted to. But just right now on power spending and payroll spending and that, we would be down to 1.8 million. And I'd like to say one last thing before we move on, because it's a positive note. And sometimes I think not enough positivity is being put forward to what is actually going on in GDOE. Years and years, there was always the comment that federal grants giving money back. Why are we doing that? But I'm happy to report that for the consolidated grant, year 23, you know federal grants have multiple years, but consolidated grant 23, which is about $35 million, it's going to expire in September. We have 100% liquidated that grant. Not a single penny is going back to Uncle Sam. Now, consolidated grant 24, the next year, coming up, we are over 100%, which is not a bad thing because we can shift some of those expenses to the next grant year. So what I'm letting you know is we're 100% maximizing utilization of those federal grants, and I want you to know that It's being watched. It didn't happen overnight, and it didn't happen by accident. We created processes to have bi-weekly meetings to hold people accountable for where we're at, how much is left, what are you doing it, what's the plan, let's get it done, time's running out. And now we're seeing the benefits of that extra accountability efforts. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Kat, you're next for personnel vacancies and employee concerns. So she's our HR person.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Catherine Adai. I'm the Personnel Services Administrator for GDOE. I had a few copies they helped me make to distribute to you just with a breakdown of the different things that I'm just going to touch upon this morning. So as of August 25th, GDOE has 3,069 employees with 2,538 employees assigned to schools and 51 reflected under central operations. Approximately 83% of the department's workforce is deployed directly at our school level. For purposes of this meeting, I'm just focusing on personnel and vacancies, but primarily touching upon teachers and school aides because they represent the largest school-based staffing groups, and it's the significant areas of ongoing recruitment and vacancy activity for us. For the school year 2026-2027, GDOE reports 1,792 active instructional and related positions with 82 vacancies. Of the vacancies, 68 are within regular school staffing and 14 are within special programs. These are specifically our teachers. The largest instructional remains permanent teachers with 65 vacancies. These are classroom vacancies. Recruitment remains active. We have 14 referrals currently in progress. The current teacher recruitment pipeline includes 49 applicants. That's as of yesterday. Of these 41 are limited term part-time appointments. This means they're not certified. This reflects the continuing challenge in attracting candidates for permanent and full-time appointments. Part of the data that I shared with you also shows you that for the school year since May 21, 2026, we have recorded 84 teacher separations. Retirement is the leading reason, accounting for 36 separations so far. Followed by 16 employees relocating off island, 13 separating for personal or family reasons. Other reasons include death, employment elsewhere, military service, and medical or health reasons. In addition to the reported vacancies, 17 teachers are currently on extended leave, including 11 on military leave of absence, 2 on long-term maternity or medical care, and 4 on long-term disability. These absences create additional staffing and coverage needs at the school level, even when the positions are not reflected as traditional vacancies. School aides represent another major area of staffing activity. GDOE currently has 667 filled school aid related positions with 39 vacancies. This includes 246 permanent school aides, 196 funded through CNI, often referred to as the teacher's aides, school aid positions and regular school aid positions, 225 special education positions, which is inclusive of the developmental disability aides. The school aid vacancies are concentrated primarily within CNI. Of the 39 vacancies, 25 are the teacher aid school aid positions, while permanent school aid positions, we're running about 12 that are active. The school aid vacancies, GDOE continues to maintain active eligibility and applicant pools for school aid recruitment. The report reflects 128 applicants for permanent school aid, 21 for permanent school aid 2, 36 for school aid 3, and 117 for CNI, which is the teacher aid vacancy. Special education has a limited term school aid applicant pool as well. As part of the efforts to standardize the school aid workforce, 71 of the developmental disability aid positions are identified as reclassification for school aid 2s. We are pursuing to increase staffing flexibility and ensure appropriate coverage during employee absences, vacancies, and periods of increased student needs, while supporting compliance within special education requirements. The report also identifies continuing school aid recruitment and retention challenges, including high turnover, recurring vacancies, instability associated with limited term appointments, and low salary levels relative to the demands of the position. As GDOE continues recruitment, cross-training, reclassification, and workforce deployment efforts, all personnel actions must remain consistent with applicable collective bargaining agreement provisions, personnel rules and regulations, and established position classifications. Workforce flexibility must be balanced with compliance requirements and negotiated employee rights. Overall, GDOE's personnel strategy remains focused on filling critical vacancies, strengthening recruitment pipelines, improving retention, standardizing and cross-training the school aid workforce, and ensuring the existing personnel are utilized effectively and appropriately. While vacancies remain an important concern, the data demonstrates the staffing challenges must also be viewed in the context of retirements, extended leaves, limited term appointments, employee retention, and the availability of qualified applicants. I've also added to the additional supplement a listing of our current exact vacancies in case you'd like to share them with your constituents. I'll send you a colored copy as well, but as we mentioned a bit earlier, that it changes daily. We do have a large population that are retiring. They're in the 30s, hitting their 30s in terms of their length of services to the department. Although it's great that it creates different job opportunities, the positions require certification. So this is the challenge that we are working with.
Thank you very much for that, Kat. And I just want to let you also know then, because of the 65 teacher vacancies, the concern was, how are we going to provide instruction to those teacher positions that we have not, found a teacher. So what we've done is that I've instructed the middle school and high school principals to look at the teachers who have preps at a specific time during the day, that they would be allowed to go and teach and cover for that vacant teacher's class, and we will pay the teacher at their hourly rate. So that currently is what we're doing to make sure that we do have a certified teacher in the classrooms. What we found is that in this budget last year is that they had allotted one substitute teacher per school, and we know that that's not, adequate. There has to be a formula based on the size of the schools, and that's something we're trying to address. In the elementary level, I met with the union as well, so that we'll be able to make sure that the teachers in the elementary school as well, who are going to be covering for those vacant teacher positions, whether one, doing what we call a 30-minute prep, where the Chamorro teacher comes in, takes the student, and then the teacher then will have that time, like prep, to either cover. Some of them are saying that what they're looking at is that they're willing to take on the additional 2, maybe 3 students and divide it amongst the grade level teachers, and that's something we need to work on with HR to determine a formula for that, and then present to the union for us to come up with a memorandum of understanding on that issue. The next item to share with you, I know that Franklin had discussed some of the procurement and contracts, but on the audit findings, and real briefly, if I may, is that the management audit process has progressed through several key stages since Public Law 37-44 was enacted on November 10th, 2023, restoring the requirement for periodic GDOE management audits. GDOE issued an RFP in January 2025 and awarded the contract to Pacific Policy Research Center in March 2025. So PPRC conducted its site review in July of 2025 and subsequently provided preliminary and final draft reports for GDOE's review and comments. In 2026, the Internal Audit Office assumed responsibility as the primary point of contact and coordinated GDOE's subsequent review and response to the audit. PPRC issued an updated report in March of 2026, incorporating revisions based on GDOE's written responses and presented the findings to GDOE management and to the Board Audit Committee in April. In June and July 2026, PPRC, GDOE management, and the IAO met to discuss the next phase of the progress, including identifying which audit recommendations GDOE will accept for implementation and establishing a mechanism to monitor implementation. The management audit is currently in phase 3, implementation and monitoring. So as part of this phase, GDOE, along with PPRC, will monitor progress and provide periodic status updates to myself and the board on the implementation of accepted recommendations. The audit report will be transmitted to the speaker and to the education chair by hopefully tomorrow, August the 27th, I think. Okay. On the textbook audit, the audit report was issued in March also 2026 and was provided to the legislature and can be found on OPA's website and on GDOE website. Management's response to the audit findings and recommendations was submitted to the Office of the Public Accountability and was incorporated into the final audit report. The Internal Audit Office will monitor implementation of the corrective actions and provide periodic updates to myself and the board regarding the status of management's progress in addressing open recommendations. Okay, so that covered, of course, the management audit. Now, on the board itself and the governance, we're good. So that is basically all of the items that were included that, we're able to provide the information to you. If you want additional information, we'll make note of that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wampat, and thank you for your team. Let's go back to the whole T-ZN thing. Looking back at the opening of the school year, where do you think GDOE fell short in preparing the schools to open?
Well, excuse me, at the beginning when I shared with you, the tracking sheet, the readiness sheet, sure enough, all of the principals with her team did the walkthrough. And like we say that sometimes, today the air conditioning is working and then tomorrow it is not, and we've already checked off that the AC is working. And in this particular case, that what we found out was that at least for one side of the building that went viral is that the principal had made arrangement in this particular child's, case to have them use the gallery in the Department of Education, because the teacher was absent. So the next day, they found out that the kids were actually leaving the gallery and going outside to buy from the vendors some food and things of that nature. So the principal told them to come back to the school, and when they did, that's the time when, of course, there was a teacher absent and a child was outside. Now, then the other big concern that alerted public health to come there was a stench, I suppose, from the restroom. And that was definitely a very important issue for, a sanitary school, and that's why they came. So then there were photos of toilets in the building. Unfortunately, because that building was built for a military barracks, and in those days, the way the restrooms are set, the toilets rather, are set up, it's not like the ones that we all are accustomed to, where there is that downward, disposal, but rather it was sideways to the wall before it discharges elsewhere. So that became an issue because then we can't, even though they were flushing 2 or 3 times, it wasn't flowing properly. The other is, how should I say this, flooring again, in which, again, the stained colors and that needed to be addressed. So they were saying that the deep cleaning, normally when a principal requests for a deep cleaning, then it goes out to the contracted custodial, company to come in to assist. And where that went, of course, I'm unable to explain. I know on that day that we met, Cortec did ask the manager that was contracted, rather the custodial companies, to look at the area and to address the area. And from there on, and now they have taken over the facility. A lot of blame, I understand. Everybody wants to blame somebody. We all want to blame somebody. And the question is that then if you have this tracking form, and the individuals at the schools are supposed to check them off, every single item, and then sign off, so to speak, to say that, I am swearing that I have, done this inspection and we're ready to go. And in essence, that's exactly, what it is. I know in 3 days, sometimes, I'm not blaming anyone, but we were told that when they went and were trying to deal with the toilet, they found some things that were flushed down the toilet, vapes they found, wads of, toilet tissues were found and other items, and they were trying to get the longest snake that they can to pull it out, and then they're talking about jetting. So what facilities and maintenance did on the Simon Sanchez site, but that had been closed up for some time, then the toilets weren't, in use, and they were flushing it a couple of times to kind of get it, going. Now, then we also heard that it's not so much that the toilets are even dirty, but that the water really is brown, and that was, something that, we wanted to address, with Cortec, because the principal have indicated many times is that there would be water shortage or water outage, and when that happens, we always need to know, because we have to decide that if water is not restored in a timely fashion, like for lunch and things of that nature, but more importantly, when they need to go to the restroom, I would have to release the students. And by doing so, it's usually, it's like half day, and, and we are not, and that, is a loss of instruction.
At any time, though, prior to the school opening, was there, because I know that when we talked about the school, the part of the school where a lot of the issues were, right, again, to confirm, this was part of the school that probably wasn't being used last year, correct? Is that a correct statement?
That's
so prior to even reopening, I'm sure the teams have been out there, but was there any kind of pre-inspection? I know obviously I don't think public health did a pre-inspection of those facilities, obviously, because I'm sure that would have been raised, but was there a pre-inspection to ensure that that part of the campus was ready for students to occupy and use?
So public health has in the past and currently is that they would actually conduct training with their school principals, administrators, or one of the AAs or AOs to, who's going to be signing off and making sure. So they actually did some training. So then what the principals have been doing and the staff is doing like a self-inspection also. So yes, that definitely
So there wasn't before the decision was made to move Sanchez in there, was there maybe a walkthrough of that area of the campus to ensure that that was good enough, or it was going to meet the standards for students to attend classes in that area?
Yes, based on the principals are aware of the demerit system. They are aware of the checklist. So for Teason High, their permit expires end of August. They receive a B rating. And so to put in Simon Sanchez, both principals have walked through the campus as well as our safety officer department, and they have gone through the demerit checklist. And they have identified the areas that needed to be corrected because, like I said, they are very familiar with the checklist. So the regional reinspection actually was scheduled on August 4th, but was rescheduled to the 21st. So we know the areas that requires correction is the lighting, the plumbing, the exhaust system, humidity and temperature, the bathrooms, which is also have the paper towels, soap dispensers, and the hand washing. So those are the sinks. All those that I've identified are 6 demerits each. So we already knew that those things needed to be addressed, and we were already before the August 4th, we realized that we can meet those requirements. But since we moved the inspection was moved to August 21st, we were still in the process of addressing those, and we were confident that we will meet those based on our collaboration with Cortec as well as my F&M team. So, like I said, it was unfortunate. Someone submitted a picture that may say roof raw sewage, but it was not. Some pictures that were old that we identified, they were already addressed before. But the mere fact that the public health saw a picture of and complaint of raw sewage, that they came in and inspected it, but there's no raw sewage. However, because a complaint as such, it requires them that they do a whole inspection, meaning the whole thing again, not just the plumbings. They did the entire reinspection on that unannounced date, which, like I said, we were given till the 21st to address them, but because they came unannounced, we did not complete our repairs on the lighting, the exhaust system, the temperature, and the hand washing and the toilets. Now, like I said, so that was the findings and which caused the closure.
Have we, I think at this point, clarified the responsibilities with the contractor in regards to areas of responsibility pertaining to maintenance at the Teason campus? Or are we still kind of going working with the attorneys to?
We're working with the attorneys. The attorneys have had meetings already. It's not final that I'm aware of. And if you just allow me a minute, I'd like to say something because I'm not sure it was accurately communicated. You asked, what was going on at the time just before Tejan and Simon Sanchez opened. I'll tell you what was going on. I'm not sure the public was aware of everything that was going on. FBLG Middle School refurbishment project was coming to an end. We wanted to open up FBLG on time. We coordinated with public health to have 3 phases of inspections because FBLG is 0 demerits. 1 demerit, a burned out light bulb, and that school will not open. 1 demerit. So resources were applied to get FBLG in shapes. The furniture, the desks, the chairs that were ordered for FBLG, what happens in a long logistical chain of procurement purchases coming from the states? Delays happened. We found out a week or 2 before, maybe 3, or very shortly before the school opened, that the transportation logistical delays were not going to get the desk and the chairs on time to Guam. So now we had to go through procurement hurdles to find out what we could buy locally because public health will not inspect the classrooms if it doesn't have desks and chairs and things like that. And they have to be in good condition. So all of this was happening simultaneously. We went through phase 1 and we made it. We got 0 demerits. Now we have to go into phase 2. All of this while, don't forget, we're maintaining 38 campuses, right? That's simultaneous. And then, Simon Sanchez was moving to Tejan. Those desks and chairs and collateral equipment did not move on their own. The biggest mover of that was facilities and maintenance, F&M. They have the equipment, they have the trucks, they have the manpower. So this was happening simultaneous. What's not being stated was the simultaneous efforts that were going on around the time the schools were getting ready to open. I've heard the cries of the public and I sympathize with them, but they just not be aware. When it's said by somebody that, why is DOE asleep? Why is it not working on this and working on that? The fact of the matter is our people, were, especially F&M, were working their fingers to the bone. 3 simultaneous things were going on, and that's not being discussed. So it makes it seem like, you didn't flush the toilet. You didn't change the light bulb. Well, it's a lot more than that. There was a lot of effort going on, and I don't normally do this, but I want to say a call out and a thank you to Jimmy Pangilinan, because he was the superstar of facilities and maintenance at DOE, and he resigned. He went to another opportunity. But because of him, FBLG opened with 0 demerits. Because of him, because of his dedication and hard work, and I want to thank him. And I just wanted everybody to know we are working hard, we are working true, we are prioritizing, and we're trying to get the job done. Thank you.
I think just to save time so my colleagues can ask questions, because I know there's another public hearing this afternoon. What are we going to do differently, though? I get it, Mr. Leongro, but at the end of the day, we still have an obligation to ensure a lot of these things don't happen. What do we plan to do differently, I think, moving forward? I know we talk about the pre-inspection checklist, the back and forth, the change in dates with public health, but ultimately, at the end of the day, when students are out of school, there's no excuse, right? And so moving forward, what is the plan to ensure that, and we can reassure parents and the community that we're not going to say schools are ready to open and then we're in 2-3 days and then we're out. So what is our commitment to the community and our students and teachers, especially in regards to ensuring that this doesn't happen again?
Yes. Yes, and that's a very important point. From the board meeting, a lot of the children, parents, all the stakeholders came out, and we understand. So what we have done is yesterday, excuse me, when we heard about the time extension now to take care of all, the roofs of all the buildings at Tejan, the principal had done that walkthrough and heard the same, I guess, a predicament for the schools opening sooner rather than, much later rather than sooner. And they relate their concern to say that if it is going to take that long, and the concern is that we didn't want our children to continue the asynchronous, method of teaching, that we would like to have our children in face-to-face. And as if you recall, for those of you who were there, one of the very first option that they considered that I had presented to the board was double session. But none of that, of course, no action was taken by the board. The principals know, and they are planning, but none of it is final. They have to plan in preparation, whether can they come back to the campus together separately? Can they come back to the campus, but now this time look at another option, which would be double session? Those are options, but we can't. I don't want to go and say, you got to do this later, much later, when we know what the status is of the building being repaired. We have to kind of plan for the day, and if it doesn't work and the school's going to open even sooner, then yes, we put that plan aside and we continue as if though, they were first operating the first 3 days. But as soon as the principals and the faculty, staff, students, and their other members of the community have some type of, conversation about what they want to happen for their children. And that would set then, and based on that, their recommendation will be, reported to us and shared with the board before anything moves forward.
Thank you for that. Now I'll open up the floor for questions from my colleagues. Senator Gumatata.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, since March 26, 2008, Board Policy 100, Powers and Duties of the Board, the Guam Education Policy Board is charged by law to formulate policies, to perform planning and evaluate functions, and to exercise leadership in the improvement of public elementary and secondary education. That policy, specific duties and responsibilities, number 9, periodically review established policies or refinement and improvement, and number 12, make recommendations to Imagalahin Guahan and the Legislaturan Guahan for changes, addition, or deletions to public law, and number 16, perform other duties and responsibilities as required by public law to provide an adequate public education system. Also, Mr. Chair, since April 29, 1979, Board Policy 200.1, Superintendent of Education Duties. The Superintendent of Education is the Chief Executive Officer of the Department of Education and has the responsibility for administering board policies and for the overall operation of the Department of Education. The Superintendent shall, number 13, recommend to the board departmental objectives, program plans, capital improvement plans, regulations, and budgets. And number 16, present concise reports periodically at board meeting covering, but not limited to, the following: A, DOA or DOE objectives, departmental plan, and progress towards them. So if I can ask, I know that the chair is here, and I don't know if she's been sworn in. Based on what is currently published, what part of board policy is being exercised right now for the situation facing the operations of Teason High School?
Madam Chair, if you'd like to join us. Dr. Guthertz, would you like to join up the... Sergeant at Arms, was she sworn in? Okay, thank you.
What I can tell you is that we follow the board policies, and the superintendent regularly presents progress reports to us. We don't interfere with the operational side of the department, but we give our input, we give our advice, and we try to strongly urge appropriate action to assist the superintendent.
Okay, so I was asking what part of board policy is being exercised right now with the situation facing...
Well, I think it's quite clear, and I was frankly very pleased the superintendent came up with, at our last meeting this week, to respond to the situation again with respect to Simon Sanchez and Tejan schools, presently up at Tejan. We're very pleased that she and her team and the principals started looking at options to assist the schools. And by the way, the school board never discussed redistricting. No one recommended redistricting. That is simply one of the options that you have to look at it, but no one recommended it, and we are not recommending it. The superintendent is not recommending it. I have no idea where that came from, but did not come from the board, and the superintendent simply included that as one of the options for the schools. But we made it very clear, all of us, including the superintendent, that we really do not want to go in that direction.
Dr. Griffiths, are there any plans to update the Guam Education Board policies that allows further coordination of the use of our public school facilities? I'll just say this for the record, that there, at least I could see published, there are just 5 policies that address facilities, and of the 5, just 2 of them have to do with personnel and their engagement. Yeah. Can you share with us? Are there any plans?
I will say to you that I think we've been quite aggressive with respect to our school facilities, especially the reduction in enrollments that has been the trend now for the last couple of years. When we first learned of the space at the southern schools, immediately we supported the superintendent's goal to look at possible other activities at the schools that would not be in conflict at the schools, that would support the school system and also support the communities where that space is available.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I mean, to be quite frank, if there's only been 5, are there any plans by the board to maybe modernize, maybe add a couple more? Because right now, what you're saying, I get it.
Actually,
it's just
we have 3 policies. DOE does have a fiscal plan for expansion, but of course that's all subject to availability of funds.
No, Dr. Griffiths, I'm not talking about the DOE side. I'm talking about the board. There's only 5 facility policies. There was in this legislature, we passed policy that you were going to create the ability for these guys, the DOE side, to be able to rent.
Actually, I have to tell you, Senator, we ran into a conflict with legislative action and our current board policy that's in our policy that allows the school board in emergencies to lease facilities. You folks, I guess a couple months ago, passed something that says any use of DOE facilities in excess has to go through a process involving some kind of committee made up of individuals, not only from DOE, to determine how that space can be used. That's in conflict with board policy, current board policy. That's why we were not able to go forward to assist one of the charter schools.
And that's why the board policy says that when there's going to be a change, so I guess we're going to be waiting for you to be sending us a recommendation.
Actually, we were told that this legislature was going to take care of that issue in the budget that you just passed. I don't know if there's a provision in there that allows DOE in an emergency situation to assist other entities, including educational entities. I don't know if it was actually in there, and I don't know if the governor's going to sign it if it's in there. But that is a conflict, and we had worked very hard to try to assist one of the charter schools up until that provision. We were reminded that we cannot do that legally until that is resolved.
Again, I just pointed out that policy. Let me go just to DOE because I'm running out of time here. In your June 24, 2026 oversight hearing, it was noted that you had $61 million in available in lapses from prior year. However, you all warned of the possibility that unrecorded obligations could adversely affect the availability of the balance, recognizing that additional obligations that were previously recorded in your system continue to surface, thus reducing your carryover balance. Now, I just want to go back to there. Can you tell us, did the department have to go to different vendors to ask, as you mentioned earlier, about invoices, anything with interest owed? What portion of invoices were paid, and what's the last outstanding balances? I know that this list is this the list that you just provided to us today?
So, yeah, I provided information, but I can expand a little bit on it. We have a spend plan. $51 million is from the U.S. Department of Education. We're waiting for a letter of determination on that. It's in the bank. We have it in the bank. The board, our board has approved a $51 million spend plan. Once we get a letter of determination, release that. We had a $26 million spend plan approved by the board for some of the lapses that you were just referring to. That's what started getting us purchasing the requirements for FBLG. That's where that money went. $10 million of those lapses is what got us underway for the collateral equipment, desks and chairs, stuff like that for FBLG. So the lapses, other than the $51 million, have been going towards those type of things. We still need to buy SPED buses, special need buses. We have to do a maintenance of effort type thing. It's $150,000 per SPED bus. We need to buy 2 so they can buy 4. Federal government can buy 4. So there's plans in the spend plan for that $51 million. We have a big problem with vandalism at some of the schools, and we need to harden our campuses. So we had projected $7.1 million and $51 million to put cameras, harden the perimeter fences. We have money set aside in the $51 million, which was approved for sporting fields, bleachers, lights. Those are on the spend plan. And there's a process in place for us to minimize the possibility of the federal government coming back. We don't want to spend it, then they ask for it back. So we've gone through this process. We've worked with the superintendent has engaged with the public auditor. She has reached out to the Department of Education in the state. She's reached out to a deputy undersecretary. We've done due diligence. And according to the public auditor here on Guam, you do this, you do this, you do this. And if they're quiet in the states, you can now proceed and spend. And we're getting to that point. So it's a process. We wanted to ensure that we were doing the right things the right way. We do have the approved spend plans. Some of those things I already talked to you about, hardening of the schools. We don't have the money to do all the deferred maintenance of the schools. You're talking about hundreds, Dr. Julie talked about that, hundreds of millions of dollars. But we do have the money for some athletic fields, leveling, tracks, lights. We do have that, and that is playgrounds. Some of the elementary schools need playgrounds. So that is in the $51 million spend plan.
But if your spend plan, I mean, you mentioned it on the record earlier that your team is, they're doing their best, which is it's okay. But can you spend it in time for the end of this fiscal year? Are you going to be done?
Well, the money that's in the spend plan is local. It's going to be local. So it doesn't run out by the fiscal year. So we have passed the fiscal year for that.
But it goes back to the credibility of the DOE. I mean, how fast? When you said you can spend it, I mean, that's what I'm trying to get at. Will it be done by this fiscal year, first quarter of next fiscal year? When do you think?
Well, I would like to say yes. Okay, so
No,
having
but you
said
said it
that,
on the record. That's why I'm saying going back to the oversight hearing.
Yes.
Because you said I can spend it, and now you're almost saying that you can't spend it?
well, what I'm saying is Typhoon Bobby happened that we weren't projecting. So now we have procurement requirements for Typhoon Bobby. So we have 600 procurements in the queue right now, 496. So there's a lot going on. It's not going to expire. We need to focus on as much, there's always a prioritization. This is needed. The nurses need bandages. They need this. They need this. Oh, this money's going to expire. Okay, we need to go this. So there's lots of shifting priorities. It's a moving table all the time. Can I commit right now that the $51 million will be expended by this year? I cannot do that with certainty. I can commit to you that we will not lose any of that $51 million through a procurement delay process. It's just a matter of prioritization and focus.
Yeah, and that was my question in the oversight, was you mentioned focus. I can get the disasters, but when you come here and say we're going to do this, I think the commitment from all of us was we gave to make sure that you can spend. So moving forward, I'm hoping that that gets done and gets done as quickly as you guys possibly can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we're going to come back here again and probably have the same discussion. We just don't want to have the one that's saying I didn't spend
Well, I can tell you right now, sir, I don't want to say the price because it's an active procurement, but multi-million dollars RFPs underway right now for elevators, district-wide, because it needs to be done. It's the right thing. It's part of the $51 million spend plan. So that RFP is underway. There's another RFP for getting engineering consulting services. There's another RFP in the formulation for medical, third-party medical assessment. We have people under long-term, out for years for long-term medical, out for years for workman's comp, and we need an independent third-party medical assessment to represent us to say, can you be fit for work, yes or no? So there are things underway. I just want to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gumataw. Senator Salas-Metanoi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on what was said during the Guam Education Board meeting. I believe it was yesterday. Superintendent, you had mentioned that you discovered that there's a new landlord or owner of the Typhoon properties. Can you explain who is Phoenix IDA? Because I'm also looking at documents that connects an AZGFF Typhoon LLC and the Guam Facilities Foundation, Inc., but you constantly mention Cortex. So who owns this property? Who are we paying, and how much are we paying, and what are we paying for?
That's a loaded question. On last Friday, I mean, after the school was closed down, when I mentioned earlier that Mr. Ho and his attorney came and his contractor manager, our attorneys, the two principals, and when we were talking about whose responsibility is it to repair the schools based on a matrix that my deputy had put together, it was revealed to us by Mr. Ho that it's no longer Cortex, but that it is now under, and I only know the name, Phoenix IDA. I tried to do some research, to find out who it is. He said it's a nonprofit organization. And what they've done is that because he is a contractor, so they had gave them the contract rather, to maintain the Typhoon facility. And that's all, we know from that meeting.
So you just found out?
Well,
like last week? You didn't know any of this?
No, and I know somebody brought it up. They're saying that many years ago when we were here in the legislature, when I guess contracts are signed, copies are being sent always to the legislature, that there was that was amended and sent to the legislature at the time when I was present. But I don't remember that far back, but it was.
Right, but you were also a former superintendent, right, in 2023. You were also working at the governor's office as the education liaison, and now you're back. And so it's kind of surprising that you're just learning about all of this now.
Yes, and the reason why is that Franklin had some conversations with, who's the person, Durrell, or whatever it is, when we're trying to figure out what is it that we needed to do to repair the school. And he started to read the contract, and that's when he didn't get a copy of the change of hands. He only was able to get a copy to determine whose responsibilities they are. And now, with that, in that meeting, when we first found out who now owns the property, and the next question that both attorneys are looking at will be to delineate based on the contract who's going to do what. But what we found at the end was that the sole person responsible for facilities, is Cortec and not necessarily us. And that what we would have to do is that if any work is to be done, because they are the sole person responsible, and if it's something that's considered additional to what's there, we have to pay for. So we not just pay for labor and materials, but the 15% overhead cost. I know our guys did some work with the air conditioning, and that was not our responsibility, but our guys did it because they wanted to make sure that the classrooms are air conditioned. So everything that our guys would do is, and at our cost, wasn't done by Cortec. And eventually it got to this point now where we're at, where the problem is far greater than we thought. Like, for example, when I stated earlier from the principal that when there's a leak, a small leak, then our guys will go in and change the ceiling, the acoustic tiles. And when they water blasted, because there were several leaks throughout the campus, they uncovered that definitely that's a structural issue, and that would be the responsibility of Cortec and not us.
Right, and so based on the information you received regarding Phoenix IDA, when did this whole exchange take place?
Right about the day after the school closure, when we all came together.
No, I mean, when did this change of ownership take place? 2014? Mr. Ho, if you'd like to come up, yes, sure.
Yeah, and I gave you guys a packet of, that's in your packet as well, the contracts for you to review.
Yes.
Good morning, Senators. I think it will be beneficial for me to explain some history, since I've been part of this transaction since 2009. Long time ago, John F. Kennedy High got shut down by Aegis inspection. That's why they found a place that temporarily John F. Kennedy High School can study. That was actually the beginning of Tisan history. Of course, it goes through invitation to bid. We submit a bid, we got a contract. So it was so-called interim John F. Kennedy High School. After that, another middle school they occupied. And after that, they create a Tisan High School. That's a simple history. But if I can categorize, it was actually a tax credit at the time, because Guam didn't really have a strong cash flow. So they asked us, are we okay to accept the annual tax credit? So I said, okay, we're okay. But throughout the process, I do believe it was Senator at the time. He used to be a judge, and now he's a public auditor.
Oh, Judge Cruz?
Yes, yes. So BJ Cruz asked, can we just convert the payment from tax credit to cash? Because legislature wants to understand and control the tax credit amount. So I said, okay, we're okay with that. But at the same time, the GDOE wanted to have a gym and warehouses and headquarters. So there is additional facility need to be built. By then, I do believe it was 2014, we changed the financing method because GDOE or government of Guam couldn't pay upfront. So it has to be a long-term financing. So what happened, it's not really actually the contract between Cortec and GDOE. Long time ago, it was a government of Guam and Cortec. But because we don't have upfront cash, so we had to go through a financing mechanism with a 25 years bond financing. So what happened, the entity that you mentioned, I forgot the name of the entity, Phoenix, Arizona.
AZGFF Teason LLC?
Yes.
Or Phoenix IDA?
Phoenix IDA.
Or Guam Facilities Foundation?
Correct. So Phoenix IDA is similar to Guam Economic Development Authority. GIDA can float a bond only with the Guam legislature's approval. But Phoenix IDA doesn't have that. It's a basically quasi-government entity. So they float a bond in New York. And then they loan money to nonprofit, not Cortec. So nonprofit is a legal owner. So legal owner received a loan from Phoenix IDA, similar to GIDA, but they have to pay bond investor throughout the 25 years plus minus. So Cortec's job and our definition, we're not the owner, we get all the blames, I get that, but actually our job is to maintain the facility. And when I say maintain the facility, there are two things that we have to do. Maintain the facility spelled out in the contract. And the second one is so-called janitorial service. That's not my expertise, so we hire third party to handle the janitorial services. We basically do, some construction activities, fixing the doors and many things that we handle that. What happened since 2009 until this year, just a few weeks ago, for 17 years, we never had any issue. Even last year, we had a demerit. I think the score was around 16, much lower than 40. I understand and I feel DFAS, Mr. Leon Guerrero's concern and kind of sort of, unfairness, frustration that they were really doing many tasks simultaneously with a limited number of staff. So if I can just explain the small history regarding this incident, I think the GDOE board really sympathized Simon Sanchez high school kids that they have to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. They try to eliminate double session. At the same time, we all know that John F. Kennedy, they have to do double session, so they require, $2.4, $2.5 million annual fees. So it was a great idea to move out of John F. Kennedy because at that time, Tijan had some available capacity. Make it short, 8 buildings in 2-story structure, it was not 100% utilized. It was utilized when interim John F. Kennedy was occupying. But after that, not 100%. One period of time, about 63% was utilized. So basically, 3 buildings were kind of shut down. And after that, I think last year, 1 building were open for additional school. So long story short, 2 to 3 buildings, basically around 20 to 40% of the building were not utilized. We were not able to actually technically access the building. So I do believe that there are certain things that as a maintenance company that we shall address the issue. So there are 3 issues I'm going to explain one by one. Number 1, there are certain things that Cortec, not as an owner, but as a management company, should address. Number 2, there are certain things that GDOE should have participated. Technically, it is not clear because GDOE is not actually legal lessee. They are actually beneficial user or occupant. So I honestly don't know whether GovGuam will pay that delta or GDO will pay the delta. I'm not familiar. I'm not an attorney. I think that attorney is going to figure out how they're going to handle the accounting matter. Another issue is kind of the first time that I actually realized last week throughout this conversation. 6-7 years ago, there was a legislation that required different or maybe kind of high standard for entire GDOE. Because of that, certain things, additional items, it could be water fountain, it could be aircon, certain things were required in addition to original condition. So logically, AGGFF, nonprofit, that's not their responsibility. It's actually lessee's responsibility or DOE as a beneficial user. So that needs to be addressed. We, as a contractor, bottom line up front, we don't care. We are actually deploying hundreds of the workers through Saturday and Sunday. We are going to complete this task, whatever it costs. And after that, we'll figure out, and I expect the GDOE and government of Guam will be fair and honorable and acknowledge a certain responsibility that belongs on their shoulder. I hope that I explained the history. I hope it helps.
Thank you. Maybe just a little bit more clarity. So are you contracted with GDOE for the facilities and maintenance of the Typhoon campus, or who are you contracted with?
We are hired by the owner of the building, AGGFF.
AGGFF, which their sole agent is Guam Facilities Foundation.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And where are they located?
Oh, their office is in Dededo.
Wait, do you know where in Dededo?
Do you know Summertown Estates?
Oh, yeah, I do. That sounds very familiar. But I'm just looking at this other document here from 2014 because it says 388 South Marine Corps Drive, Suite 303, Tumuning, Guam. That also sounds like a very familiar address. So again, you are contracted by Guam Facilities Foundation, which is under AZGFF Tizen LLC.
Correct.
All connected.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And how often, how much do they pay, or how much does, GDOE pay for the Tizen properties every year?
GDOE does not pay. It is coming from government of Guam.
How much does the government of Guam pay?
All I remember, this year, we received around $1 million for 2 accounts. One, for the insurance, property insurance, the standard insurance, and second, the maintenance component. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know the detail, but probably half goes to insurance, half goes to maintenance. So actual maintenance and janitorial budget is around $40,000 for 135,000 square foot building. Actually, it could be a little more than that, yeah.
Senator,
Okay, I thought I saw it in your packet.
So Senator, based on also the budget law and in the contract, the total amount that the government pays for the entire facility up at Tejan every year is $9 million. And in addition, in this contract, which normally is against procurement process about any advance payment, but the way that particular contract was written is that up front, the government must pay the full amount in the beginning of the fiscal year. Am I correct, Senator?
So we pay $9 million, and
million.
incorporated into that is maintenance
It does include it, but then
and insurance.
insurance and maintenance.
I think we need to clarify. So for Tejan campus, I'm talking about Tejan High School and campus, actual payment comes to Guam is $1 million that covers the insurance and maintenance. The rest of them goes to bond investors. So I do believe that Dr. Wonpat is addressing not just the Tejan campus, but she is including the payment for GDOE headquarters, 3 warehouses, and then gymnasium. So when we limit Tejan campus, the insurance and maintenance is about $1 million per year. And insurance is probably about half. Again, maintenance is about $500,000, about $40,000 per month.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Ho.
Thank you.
Was there something else you wanted to say?
Yes, I just wanted to say, because where we got the figure actually was from the budget law, and that was adding every single building in the campus, you know, the actual building itself, the gym, the building A, where business office is at. Building B is where the 3-story, that includes that. And it also includes the other buildings for where maintenance staff is at and parking lot. So that was where we found that dollar amount of $9 million. And with where it goes, we don't know. That's done directly with the government. DOA would probably disperse that.
You mentioned water blasting, layers of dirt, leaks. Which building was that? Was that Tejan, or was that the Simon Sanchez High School side of Tejan?
The whole campus.
The entire campus?
Yes.
Would you say that the building was being maintained?
Right now, those things are being addressed by Cortec.
Mr. Ho, was the building being maintained? Because it sounds like she said layers of dirt, there were leaks. If the building was being maintained, and if we're paying Cortec, why would we be experiencing these leaks?
That's a good question. First of all, GDOE/Government of Guam is not a tenant. In fact, it's a lease to own. So Government of Guam is not paying rent. It's actually mortgage payment. In other words, they're the actual owner, the true owner. Cortec's responsibility is to do janitorial service by contracting somebody. And another portion, we provide insurance. And insurance actually is not really CTI's portion, it's AGGFF's portion. So Cortec's portion, that we are responsible in managing the janitorial company, and we do the maintain the basic structure. So logically and legally, the roof leak, those belongs to AGGFF. Nonetheless, they are nonprofit, and because we are previous owner of the building, we will be responsible. And as Dr. just mentioned, that we have a project director here behind me, we are going to complete only for that, the roof crack repair, 1,800 workers to complete with the locally available roof materials. I do believe that throughout this year, heavy rain, not just typhoon, but typhoon with heavy rain, kind of damaged the roof coating. So we decided to just gut it out, entire roof, and move forward. We are not going to just touch up or patch up. We want to just get rid of entire roof system. That's what we are currently working on.
And is the government of Guam, is GDOE going to have to pay for that?
To be honest, I don't know. But I'll get the job done, and we will ask the attorneys to figure out it is really belong to our responsibility or AGGF or government of Guam or GDOE. It doesn't matter. We'll get the job done first.
And how much is that going to cost? You have a rough estimate?
I don't know. But roof crack, you're talking about $5 per square foot, and we're talking about at least 50,000, including, 80,000, maybe about 80,000 square foot.
Is that going to be able to be completed within the time frame?
I'm looking at 1 month.
1 month, okay. So I thought, Ms. Wampat, you were mentioning that you were trying to get the school reopened by August 31st?
Well, ground floor will be okay. So as of today, we're looking at 33 demerits. We've been fixing the addressed item that itemized by and then identify public health. So I understand that it is below 40. So with the blessing and coordination and approval by public health and GDOE, logically, we shall be able to open the school next week. But however, we also want to make sure the building is safe from the water. So with weather condition, because if it's the kind of moisture, a rainy day, definitely we can apply the coating. So if weather permits, we'll complete the roof. But in the meantime, other than second floor, the ground floor should be ready for occupancy.
Okay. Mr. Leon Guerrero, I want to also follow up on something that you mentioned, $20 million that the local government might have to come up with. What is that $20 million for?
It's for work. It's for Cortec, and it's for work that was done outside the scope of the original contract. When we had federal funding, AARP money, we had there was a contract that was entered into to refurbish 12 schools, restrooms, doors, that kind of stuff. And in that contract, and leaking roofs, that's the key. Because in that contract at the time, the contract was very specific. It was split out, it was very specific on the number of square foot of roof to be repaired, patched, that kind of thing. Unfortunately, over time, before our time, somebody discovered that the estimation of the number of square feet to be fixed and repaired on the roofs was incorrect. And so, but the contract specifically listed that. So Cortec went and fixed all of the roofs beyond what was in the contract without going through the procurement process, which would be a change order modification that was not executed. The work was done, and when this management team came in, Cortec requested that we sign a purchase order modification for the work that was done outside the scope. And the contract was ending. We weren't here at the time. There was no vehicle for us to be able to authorize that out-of-scope work mod. This contract had died. We had been given legal opinion and auditor's opinion that you cannot modify an expired contract. So That's where this $20 million is in legal limbo, procurement limbo, to answer your question.
So it was for change orders, but
It was for change orders that were not properly executed. It's change, so the scope of the contract existed and they went beyond that. And the money that could have helped pay for that, if it was properly followed all the necessary legal rules, regulations, procurement processes, there was ARP money available. Not entirely, but there was some, but that money expired. So that's why it's rolled over into a potential liability for local money, because the ARP money is done. So if it is paid, if the decision is made to pay it, for me, questions have to be responded to as what's the legality of the situation? The procurement processes were violated. You should not proceed without an approved purchase order modification. If you don't do that, then you're potentially donating that service because it's not properly procured.
Okay, I think I need to explain because at that time, the DFAS Leon Guerrero was not a part of that project. I think it was about 2 to 3 years ago. The project was in 4 regions. It's not just one contract. It was basically west, north, and south, 4 different contract process. So Cortec submitted the bid, and it was not just a lump sum contract. It was a specified activities with a quantity given by Department of Education. So it was a unit cost. We call IDIQ. We call unit cost and activities. The moment that we got an award, we did the joint inspection at that time with the GDOE Capital Improvement Project Division. And we realized the given quantity is by 1/3 of the required. So we refused to work on the work because we know what's going to happen. We know these things will occur. So we refuse to do additional square footage or linear footage. But they literally begged us to continue doing the job because if we don't, those schools will not be able to pass the public health inspection. I was actually hesitant, but because they really, really asked, okay, you know what, move on. And we decided to move on. We ordered the materials, and we were doing the job. At that time, you know, the Trump administration abolished federal DOE, and then they yanked the federal grant. So they were supposed to prepare the change order before we started the job. But they lost the funding for several months. So now they couldn't execute change order. And then finally, the government of Guam and GDOE, they finally got money back. By the time that they got money, they prepared the change order document in November. So we signed the change order as a contract entity. Then, by then, as you're familiar, a lot of things happened on GDOE last year. Then, Dr. Swanson, the former GDOE superintendent, didn't finish his signed document. Unfortunately, without proper transition, new GDOE leadership came into the picture, and they didn't have a history. And last week or 2 weeks ago, I found out from Dr. Wonpat that GDOE that manages the 38 schools, they don't have any staff in CIP division. So no history. That's why I kind of understand the DFAS concern, but when you keep using the procurement issue, I completely disagree. There's nothing's wrong with the procurement. We submit the bids based upon unit cost basis. We are not asking the government or GDOE to pay different rate, increase the rate. We are sticking to the exactly same rate. And the contract modification was prepared in last November. It's not a procurement issue. It's an administration issue. Let's be simply honest. And then we had a meeting, 2 times, official meeting. We asked them, you know the facts, you figure out, we did the job, please execute the change order, the modification document is ready. 2 modifications actually, and none of them had signed. And he just mentioned the contract matured/expired July 30. They had 8 months to execute. 8 months. In fact, the job was done for over 2 years ago. I did the job because they were literally begging for us to complete the job. There's no procurement issue. There's no contract issue. It's a matter of execution because they verify. I didn't prepare the change order. GDOE staff, CIP, they prepared the document. Why they have not signed the document for 8 months? I understand that change order prepared by last November because we lost the funding. I understand that part, and nobody blamed. But 8 months non-execution of prepare the change order by GDOE staff, I don't know who can explain to me.
So I know we're not gonna, we could go back and forth all day, but I do want to say a couple of things. The contract did expire before this management team started in January. There was a request to extend the length of the contract at no cost. A no-cost extension was granted, no cost. So for Cortec to come to us and ask us for $20 million now, or whatever it is they're asking, that's a cost. The extension was no cost. So it was time only to complete the work that was owed to the government, not for more costs or money. But we're not going to be able to, we can agree to disagree, and that's why we have the lawyers. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for clarification, this is for the GDOE capital improvement projects for Hadza, Katan, Lagu, and Lutsen, right?
Yes, correct.
Correct, correct.
And how much was paid for this contract? Is that's all settled? Is this 110 million? Is that correct?
Original total contract to fix the entire school, it was about $300+ million. So instead of 30 schools, GDOE started to believe 4 or 6 schools. And throughout the process, they added a few more schools. So the total contract amount based upon bid, we had about 30% of the contract volume. And DFAS just mentioned the contract modification for a few months without cost. It is a standard practice. And one of the reasons that contract expansion or time extension wasn't necessary at that time. There are other possible funds potentially can be added to the basic contract. Let me be very honest with you. Before we lost the funding, the contract modification to add another 8 schools, $70 million, $80 million contract was supposed to be added. Guess what? One day, just one day, they didn't execute the contract on time. So As a result of that non-execution in proper day, proper manners, Guam and GDOE lost $80 million. It is sad. I witnessed every single details.
So it's going to take a lot of unraveling, but Cortec has come to us and said, yes, there was, before our time, but there was a plan to refurbish more schools. But the amount of money that was available or made available was to refurbish 12 schools. And the reason the 12 schools were divided into 4 districts is because the thought process at the time was we'll be able to maybe split up the work and different contractors can bid. But be that what it may, Cortec has come back to me and they've said, you know what, because the original intent was to do more schools and we finished the 12 that we have, rather than compete this contract out to other companies, why don't you just give it to me and let me continue doing it without competition? That's basically it.
No, we have
he doesn't
a
want it to be
contract.
bid. Just a second, I was quiet while you were talking. I mean, if you want to have these discussions, we can have these discussions. Or we can go in private with lawyers. But he said, you don't have to bid this out. We asked to do more schools. You said no, you only want to do these. But now, why don't you give us the other schools? Let's don't compete it out. Well, that doesn't make any sense. So the water is deeper than is being advertised. The people of Guam deserve a fair deal. Thank you.
This is absolutely, we need to clarify. As I mentioned, 4 reasons that covers many schools. So the first contract was given to us only probably 10% of the invitation to bid items. Second, they came back at a couple more schools. They came back based upon the contract amount and based upon the invitation to bid document without changing unit cost. So they added 2 times. And then number 4, the 4th time, they're supposed to add $80 million. In fact, we even submitted the performance and payment bond to the contract, the government. And then because of the delay, we lost $80 million. I didn't say anything to anybody so far for the last 2 years. We will never ask somebody to add the contract beyond, outside of invitation to bid document. We don't do things that way. It is the part of original invitation to bid. And we're not altering the unit cost. I think I live with a federal contract. Reading contract is our job. The contract means binding agreement between the parties that is enforceable by law. And I heard somebody talk to people in the public and media saying that I've never seen this contract, this kind of worst contract. And I'm 100% sure that person didn't really read the contract at all. Let's not lie. Don't lie. We got to be honorable and be responsible in any situation. We never ask anything beyond, above, outside of invitation to bid. Let's not stop. Let's stop lying. Don't do this.
Thank you, Mr. Ho. And so just to kind of wrap this part up, so how much and what exactly was fixed for this GDOE capital improvement projects? How much were you paid, and what exactly did you do?
Out
what
of
campuses?
The public health stopped the inspection when the demerits hit 5-0.
Oh, I'm not talking about the Tidzin issue. That's a separate one. I'm talking about the capital improvement projects for Hadza, Kata, Lago, and Lutzen.
Okay, so I think $340 million that was original bid to cover entire school system. And I do believe $124 million was given, and we complete that project. But there are some small things that we need to actually work on that because of GPA's requirement that I need to validate, but small.
Okay, so Cortec was paid $124 million for those schools, and
Yes,
you're
Senator.
saying that there's $20 million still owed for you based on change orders / GDOE is saying purchase orders, and there's paperwork missing, and this could end up down the street at court.
Yes, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. So with all these problems, and this will be my final question, with all the problems that we've seen at the Guam Department of Education, and this will be for you, Superintendent Wombat, we saw what happened with the outrage about the potential closures of schools in the South, the issue with GW High School, and at the time, the concern about the displacement of the special education children, and now we're seeing what's happening with Tidzin and Simon Sanchez High School. You said everybody wants to blame somebody. Who do you blame? Are you going to take any responsibility for this? And what would you like to say to the parents, the children, and staff and teachers, a lot of whom were at a protest, peaceful protest this past Sunday?
Yes, it is unfortunate when we say that, everybody wants to blame somebody. We always say that this contract is also not just DOE, that it's the government of Guam. But because I am the superintendent, is that I'm taking full responsibility for any of these things, whether it has happened in the past, we're taking it, we're moving forward with it, we're trying to fix or correct whatever it is that we need to do. And more importantly, yes, when we came in, we said our primary focus will be the children. We've spent a lot of time talking about finances. We talked about facilities in particular. And it has taken a lot of the work that we need to do, which is the teaching and learning for school children. We have said coming in that, and to the board, is that one, we will address our financial situation. Two, is that we were going to work very closely with the SPED division to address the issues that we were facing with litigation. And then third and most important is that we have started, since we came in, to now work and train our leaders to move towards the achievement in numeracy and literacy. But that has, taken like a backseat because now we're only addressing facilities. So it is very unfortunate, and I do apologize to our children, our parents, our stakeholders, everyone in the community because of this unfortunate, circumstances. We are taking the position, and sometimes it's difficult, is that when decisions are being made or any discussions taking place, is that we look at the entire picture. We just don't look at one school. We look at the entire DOE. We look at our budget, we look at our capacity, we look at our human resources, all of those. And to be able to keep us running, we're moving ourselves in many ways that people would consider controversial. Nobody wants to talk about any of these controversies or take any action such as this, especially this year. It is an election year. So it's so easy, to then present all of these problems, but instead is that based on what we have, and who we have to work with us and our resources, is that we're trying to do the best we can with what we have. And we have looked at many different ways to see how then one is, yes, to live within our budget. And by doing so, we ask the school principals then is try to maximize full utilization of their teachers. That means what we're doing is we're cross-leveling, so that when you do the cross-leveling, and the contract says that for the upper grades, you can go up to 28, and then in the elementary, the numbers are lower, and then for SPED, much lower. But what we're trying to do is to maximize our school level cross the level, so that then we'll be able to free up some of these other teaching positions, and put them where there are vacancies. So when I say we're doing these things, we're looking at the bigger picture, but sometimes people don't realize what we've done. And even with this Success Academy, with about 10 to 12 of those teachers, we were able to fill vacant positions and saved $1 million, of recruiting for other teachers. And we know the government moves slow as well. And what we try to do, because we know that schools will be opening, that we need to prepare our schools even after the storm. We knew that summer school is going to get in the way of going out and getting our campuses, prepared for the opening of the school year. So we try to move as fast as we can to do whatever we can to help. And an example of that was demonstrated by Mr. Franklin Leon Guerrero was the monies that we received for Bobby. And to the point where we could not, because of the time frame, we knew that going through that whole process of the POs was going to take much longer, whereas this individual was able to then not only make whatever monies are available, but actually even charging it so that then they can get reimbursed, because this was an emergency. This was critical, and we have to act fast. And so that's what I'm saying, is that our leadership style, yes, is very different. We try to respond as quickly as we can and as responsive as we can. We try to work, yes, with our stakeholders, and unfortunately, we're not able to meet everyone all at one time. But at the same time, our principals have assured us that they are communicating on a weekly basis, if not on a daily basis, with Power School to send out messages to all of the stakeholders. And we have to trust that our principals are doing this, and they know too that there is this concern expressed by the board, that those who are not fulfilling, their responsibilities, that we need to hold them accountable for it. So, but I do, and publicly, yes, apologize to all of the parents, the students, teachers, all of the stakeholders, even to my board, that ultimately, because I am the superintendent, then ultimately, yes, that I should shoulder, that responsibility.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Salas-Matanani. Senator Duenas.
Susmasi, Mr. Chair. I guess dovetailing off of the line of questioning and comments from the previous speaker, Madam Superintendent and Board Chair, I can't help but I'm sure you can see what it looks like from the outside, and us talking to parents and others on this situation with DOE. If I'm a parent at this point, I'm looking at it and it just looks chaotic to me. So maybe I'll start with this, Madam Superintendent. Outside of Teason, outside of what's going on with that situation, you've made the decision that you're not going to shut down Southern schools, and you've corrected a lot of these things. Give us an update on the rest of the system right now in terms of operations in the schools and how they're operating. If I'm a parent, is there another fire I'm waiting for in another school or the like? I want to look for some stability. Can you give that to us?
You know, it's funny you should say that, because we were trying to figure this out like in the past, right? And sometimes it's just, go with the flow. Just let it happen, figure this out, and don't make waves, and nothing basically gets done. So when I said that I'm looking overall the entire school system and what we need, and that's why we wanted to express to you and give you documents, not just from ourselves, but for the entire system. And so when we were, and I want to know is that this idea of decommissioning and consolidating schools was not something that I just dreamt of and said that this is what we do. When we first came in, we set up different committees and task force that were in existence before, because the same members participated. And then one of the committees of the task force that made a presentation to me was the same presentation that was made during Dr. Swanson's time, when they were looking at the 2 schools to decommission, Brody and LBJ. In that plan, there were other plans that they have set up for the different regions. And in the plan, they decided to do that 1 year first was LBJ and Brody, and then the following year they were going to do, and like I said, these were already set, they were researched, they collected all the data. And yes, it just happens to be the 6 schools in the South because the numbers have reduced. And that was our concern, is the low enrollment and the high maintenance of the facility and teachers, that when you consolidate or you build a master schedule of 1 school versus 2 schools, you're maximizing full utilization of your teachers, your support staff. Because just think, if you have 2 schools that's either coexisting or even separately, you have an administrator, you both have a nurse, you both have a librarian, you both have your own individual teachers and so on. When you consolidate those 2, then you have 1 teacher, 1 administrator, 1 nurse, 1 librarian, all that. And then the extras will go to fill the vacancies throughout the district. So when those schools this past couple of months, when we were looking at the numbers, we were also looking at the school capacity. And all of these schools, some of them their capacity is 800, but they're operating at 500. Or they have a capacity of 500, and now they're operating, and I'll tell you that what we have today in Alahan Elementary School has dropped now to 188, Maleso dropped to 183, Talafofu 202, Truman 204, and Marshall Sablon 290. But every one of these schools all have the full complement of running a school, and that's where the cost, has gone up. So that then was pushed aside, basically to go back and start all over again in working with the stakeholders, which I've been trying to make an appointment with the Mayor's Council so that I can speak to the mayors about this. It's not necessarily just about this, but more importantly is how do I then reduce the cost in some of these schools. So agreements to use maybe a facility by the community in exchange maybe to take care of the grounds maintenance, and then we take that out of the big contract. The other then was that looking then, because like I said, every one of our schools have, their capacity is larger than what is available. And many of those extra classrooms are being used for offices or storage or what have you. But if they're available then to be used, and based on the last budget bill that you had sent to the governor, if signed, then it would allow the department to look at individual, classrooms and not necessarily a whole school, and then make it a little bit easier by using the prevailing square footage rate. So those then are monies. And what we're trying to do is to bring in those monies to be able to take care of our facilities, because we know that that's where the largest cost is.
I understand. So just as we walk away from this hearing today, those are all now plans to be discussed with the board going forward. Those schools are completely stable, operational. There's going to be no interruptions this year.
No, that's right.
Let's go back to Typhoon. Maybe Mr. Ho can jump in on this one. I'm having a tough time understanding how that entire facility, as you mentioned, the history of the utilization, but Typhoon High has been operational for how many years now?
17 years. Basically, the Typhoon campus, since 2009, it's about 17 years.
Okay. So that has continued to be maintained and passed inspection, correctly?
Yes.
Now, I want to go back to you, Madam Superintendent, and maybe you defer to your team here. This announcement to not have double session and to take the Sharks over to Typhoon and have the combined schools was what, almost a year ago?
No, that was actually towards the end of this school year, where the principals were meeting, because that was one of the, another task force as well, again, is to look at different types of options. And so the principals met, actually all the 6 school principals met, and then once because I sat in one meeting where they were talking about the possibility of redistricting. And, of course, they were kind of joking about, which districts they want or what have you. But then they moved away from that and decided then instead that because when JFK was there, it was they had a large population, and that then by combining these 2 schools, not now to merge, but rather by having them use the facility, that there will be adequate classroom space, because the numbers, again, were similar to or equal to JFK at the time they were there. So that decision was made much earlier, before the end of the year. The principals did several walkthroughs with our deputy, and then they continue to have their weekly meetings, planning and going through all the things that needed to be done.
That's where I'm trying to get to. So if we just fast forward this, so let's say 6 months ago, I think it was about 6 or 7 months to my memory that this announcement was made. So how are we here now, Ms. Heath? How are we here now when there's supposed to have been all that planning, everything else, and I don't know whether, Cortec was announced from the beginning that this is going to happen. So, these probably facilities that aren't being used and everything else need to be brought up to standard. How was that decision made that they were just as ready as Typhoon is, because Typhoon's been operating for a long time?
I think I need to answer. Officially, if you take a look at the contract, when there is a certain things that there is a notification in the contract that notice to somebody. We have not, until today, received a single email or notice or official call that Simon Sanchez students will move to Typhoon. It was a complete surprise, because logically, Governor Guam need to notify. But because GDOE is the beneficial user, and we do have a contract, even though that contract expired on July 30, I really don't understand why GDOE did not inform us. My speculation, okay, this is my speculation, maybe GDOE was so worried that Cortec will charge additional maintenance cost, because they are currently paying for John F. Kennedy School. I think because of that potential financial burden, maybe, this is my personal speculation again, they decided or they wanted to avoid that conversation. I understand that. If my understanding or my speculation is correct, but we should communicate. If we had to communicate, I am almost certain that we could have potentially avoided this situation.
So how were we determined that we were ready for this then? We were talking about the whole summer, we were supposed to be working on this, the plan was in place, it was going to be executed. How do we not work with the maintenance group for the facility and the like to make sure that this is ready to go?
Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
We have been working with CORTEC, the maintenance, the point of contact for the Teason campus. His name is Darrell. We've sat down and communicated that Simon Sanchez was coming in, and we need the facility to make sure that we are ready for the inspections. And we've been meeting. We've walked through the campus. I was part of the walkthrough, as well as part of the meetings that took place, to include the two principals. My F&M team were there, and we discussed what needed to be done, and we can, if we are able to ensure that we pass the inspection. Now, when the inspection came, you need to realize that the high demerits, which is six demerits each, deals with lighting. So if we don't meet the 50 candle lumens for a classroom, then we need to change the fixtures. That's a 6 demerit. The plumbing, the bathrooms. So if the hand washing is, maybe is not flowing properly, or that's 6 demerits. Paper towels, without a paper towel in the bathrooms, that's 6 demerit, as well as soap dispensers. The exhaust, and I said the humidity, those are all 6 demerits. So if we have 6 demerits in every single one of them, it's easy. But when we were discussing all these things, we had a timeline, and we were able to meet those discrepancies because we did the self-inspection. And we're constantly having a meeting with Darrell, and he is the point of contact for CORTEC. Now, when we are getting close to opening the schools, I noticed that, having to go through Bob Sinlaco, then Bobby, and so I see that the progress is kind of slow, so I reached out to the only person that I know that can help me with the work at CORTEC is Mr. Kim. And I texted him, I need help. I need to ensure that the work is being done aggressively. Then that's when I reach out to him, because I can rely on him to ensure that work is being done. So, but he was off island at the time, back in July. But looking at the timeline and our inspection, we felt, like I said, that we are able to do it. Like CORTEC, Mr. Kim was able to give me an oversight, an overview on how to tackle this to ensure that we meet all those inspection, all the discrepancy based on our self-inspection.
So you were confident that the campus was ready to take the students?
At that time, yes. Yes.
Obviously, that's not the case now.
Well, like Mr. Ho has explained, that a couple of those buildings have not been used for many years, and we did check all the plumbing. They were fine, and other things that still needs to be completed, like I said, is probably the lighting and the exhaust in the bathrooms. So in a bathroom, it's usually, is it 300 CFI? What was that? That requires for the exhaust to move, right? CFM. Yes, CFM. It takes 300 for the bathrooms. Well, on Guam, they don't have those exhaust fans. What we have on island is less than 100. So that requires, you know, like a major, we may have to place in a larger exhaust or 2 exhausts for that, but then we have to install an electrical. But we did provide a variance for those things, a variance for the screen in the windows, a variance for the exhaust, and some variance for humidity and temperature. Now, public health requires, regardless of the room, the temperature and humidity must be met. That means it cannot go beyond certain degrees, and the humidity, I guess, 60. And because of that, although we are not required to so-called air condition the bathroom, and the exhaust is not strong enough, that is a 6th demerit. So, you know, like I said, we provided the variances for those things. And we know that eventually, by our timeline, we should be able to meet it. But because, like I said, unexpected inspection has led us to where we're at. It affected 2 schools, but only 1 campus. Thank you.
Okay, so the reason why I'm going down this line of question is because we got plenty of time to discuss how we got here. And I think obviously lawyers are talking, so I think they might use this as part of a deposition. Hopefully you get the settlement before that. But Mr. Ho, on the record right now, you take full responsibility for making sure this school is ready in the timeline that you put forward, correct?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And then we'll work everything out down the line. What is your timeline once again? I'm a parent at home. I want to know when this campus is going to be ready to go, signed off by public health, my kid's going back to school. Can you give me a time?
It really depends on the coordination between public health and GDOE and CORTEC. The reason why I specify that, if public health requires us to get 0 merit, then it's going to take time. It could be the roof alone, 1,800 or actually more than 1,800 people need to work, which is we call mandate. So whether it's 180 people times 10 days, it's about 1,800 mandate is required. Other than that, as of today, we believe that current demerit is below 40. We're guessing 33. With the guidance and blessing from public health, we may be able to open the school. We want to open the school while we're addressing the roof coating matter. We have to get rid of the current one, and we're going to put that new one. Thank God the materials are locally available. So we are going to use whatever we have, and then we're going to get going. So my recommendation is to set up the meeting at site with GDOE and Public Health, and CORTEC will join the meeting. And based upon their determination, we may be able to open the school for our students very quickly.
Madam Superintendent, do you agree? Could you commit to this, sit down and get this figured out?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I have personally been communicating with the Deputy Director of Public Health, Mr. Peter John Camacho, and I believe he's here.
Yes.
And I
Thank you for being
presented
here, sir.
several different scenarios to try to get approval for some of the demerits that we have, not approval for the demerits, but what it is that we can do to mitigate it. And he's gotten back and has been very receptive. Some of the things that we learned, that we found out that all of the windows do not have screens. And what is it that we can do to mitigate that, other than just requesting for a variance, which will only be good for a year? But, you know, for now, then the suggestion is that we put placards then in all the windows to say, do not open. And the reason for that is because they do not want vectors to come into, you know, the classrooms. So that's, you know, a recommendation, and that we're taking that recommendation to do just that. We shared with him some of the areas that we definitely want to request for a variance, and he said to prepare those for submission. The other, and this is the question, and maybe they really should answer this, because based on what Mr. Ho said, that if they take care of some of the work there, it will reduce the demerit points. But we were told that because it is only one permit held by Teton High School, that's why the whole facility is being inspected. And then the other is that they would have to, rather, that yes, so when they're called back to inspect, they're inspecting all of the issues that received a demerit. So it's, and then the next question after that that I had asked is that, are we or will we be starting from point 0 versus just looking at those that were fixed, that we can start minusing off those 6 demerit points to get it to a level, you know, that like Mr. Ho was saying, maybe 30 or 17 or whatever it is, just so long as it's definitely lower than 40 and even 50 for closure.
I'm looking at Peter John now. Thank you for being here. Can you all sit in the same room at the same time so nothing gets lost in translation?
I'm sorry.
Can you all sit in the same room at the same time so nothing gets lost in translation?
Yes, no.
Cortec representative, yourself.
As a matter of
Health?
fact, it actually did happen when the workers wanted to get clarification. I did call Mr. Camacho, and he did have the inspectors there. They did the explanation, clarification. So they were all actually there. They had met, but for a second meeting now, as we're getting closer and we know what it is that, you know, Mr. Ho is saying they're committing to do, and then the cost quote that we got last night. So yes, we're saying proceed. So, and he's correct. The next step, really, the critical step here is the inspection. Setting up a date for the inspection, maybe giving an allowance for those maybe that the contractor would know needs to be done before then it is, you know, a final inspection and with, you know, the permit to open.
Okay. I think we need to get back to it. It's just, I think the average person out there, their head would explode trying to figure out what this arrangement is. But to simplify it, and especially since TEAS has been operating the way it's been operating for so many years, and now it's like a discovery because of the fact that we've had these issues with the facilities that were planned for, supposedly passed, supposedly ready for the opening of school. I got to put this on the record between Mr. Ho, and even though the discussion is that it's a subordinate, are the legal counsels talking about this issue too, to come up with it? Madam Superintendent, you have to have surety going forward in fully knowing what the arrangement is.
Yes, as a matter of fact, from the initial meeting, both his attorney and ours have met a couple of times, and then they have put a summary of what it is that they have found. And that's when we learned then that the sole responsibility for the maintenance is Cortex, and that we will pay if they're going to do any work, quote unquote, that's considered additional to what is stated in the contract, or if there's anything that they feel it is abused by our children, you know, or damaged by our children, then we have to pay for those.
I'm going to be out of time. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Holm.
Yeah, as Senator asked me whether we are committed, yes, we are committed, regardless. However, I need some support from GDOE. Number one, there was some invoice made to GDOE before end of June. But July GDOE account payable did not include those invoices. So there are certain things, we're not talking about $20 million, we're talking about specifically Tijan related things that we did on behalf of GDOE. So,
yeah, a pressure reduction valve from Cortec. That invoice was authorized for payment yesterday. There's a water tank, the water tank for the gym. I talked about it earlier that we expanded the water catchment system and booster pumps at GW Gym. That's being going through the payment process right now. And we requested for some storage containers to be put in for the opening of the Tijan High. I have that invoice. It's being worked on and processed now.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. My time is, I wanted to ask you to close, Madam Chair, because like I said, I think you got to address this as well. It seems chaotic, and I sure hope the board is re-engaging with the superintendent and all operations to get the public settled down and rest assured that the process of education is happening, teaching and learning is happening, and this seems to be the big fire right now that everybody's on this.
Well, first I want to thank you, Mr. Ho. I want to thank the committee for having the oversight, because it gives us a chance to share the information, and hopefully it will be reported to the public the way it's being presented. I also want to thank Mr. Ho for sharing his perspective with the public and with us, with the legislature. You know, I had the chance to go through the contracts between the government of Guam and originally with Cortec, plus the amended contracts and the amendments to the amended contracts. If you're not an attorney, you may not understand all the words that are used. I think some of the language makes it difficult to interpret who's supposed to do what. Maybe the attorneys understand it, but the average person may be confused by some of the language in the contracts and the different itinerations of the contracts. But this would be my suggestion. First, all of us know that we probably have to look at the contracts and maybe update them again and review them, because the contracts never involved DOE directly. DOE was a beneficiary of the contracts by making the facilities at Tijan available for educational purposes, for our public schools, for DOE offices, warehouses, and other purposes. But that started 17 years ago. And at that time, it was an emergency situation. And I can tell you that I taught at Tijan for 2 years when I left the legislature, and it served its purpose. It's still serving its purpose. The idea of temporarily having Simon Sanchez students have a a space of their own where they can have a full day of education was a good decision. And Tijan was the location where they could be accommodated. Our people broke their backs trying to make this happen. The teachers, the faculty involved in both schools, the administrators at DOE, the deputies, the superintendent, worked very hard to make it possible for Simon Sanchez to come into Tijan as a separate school, having their own space, having a full days of education. The situation that occurred with this inspection a couple of weeks ago changed that. And the way it was represented to the public hurt DOE. I want you to know, members of the legislature, that this team works very hard. They stay after work 3-4 hours to assess their progress every day with the superintendent. They do their best to cover a very difficult situation, not just with the Tijan issue, but the other issues that we have in the department. The school board, you know, we can only go so far. but we have a very good relationship with the management team and the superintendent. They don't hide anything from us. They share things with us. There are things that we learned that we didn't know about that occurred prior to their coming into the department. On the financial side, on the change orders, that's caused some difficulty that somehow has to be resolved. The dilemma that our team has is, can they legally process those change orders when they were not done in accordance with the proper process that we are obligated to follow as a government entity? That's the dilemma they have. I can't answer that. The school board can't say it's okay, do it. They need a legal determination that says, yes, you can pay this. Or they need a legislative determination that says, pay it. That's what they're asking for. That's what they need to solve that problem. And I hope Mr. Ho understands it. The intentions were good. Fix things. Get it done. Please get it done. But how that was executed is the problem. Now, as a school board member, I can tell you, I get calls all day long, complaints. I get, fire the superintendent, get rid of this, get rid of that. That's coming from information that's going out to the public, that's on Facebook, that's on other sources. It's confusing the public. We've got to get back and focus on the solutions and implementing the solutions. This process is part of that. I thank the senators for this hearing, because this is a beginning of solutions, right? Now, as a school board member, it's very frustrating to deal with this. The school board members did not bargain for this. We are volunteers. And yet we are also getting kicked around. And we don't appreciate it. But we have to do what we can to help. As long as we're here, we have to do what we can to help, including myself. My term will end at the end of this cycle. Actually, people are discouraged from running for the school board because of issues like this. It's hard to get people to run for the school board. The environment is very difficult. If you're a member of the school board, it's like schizophrenia. I wake up in the morning, I check out the 2 digital newspapers, great stories about our students getting full scholarships at MIT, Yale, Harvard. Our students are graduating from DOE. And then the next day, we have issues like this. You never know what to expect when it comes to the Guam Department of Education. But all I can tell you is we have a committed management team, we have good leaders, we have good intentions. I'm sure Mr. Ho wants the best for our school system. We all do. But we are partly reflecting on what's happening now. Frankly, the lack of proper support for our school system over the years. Our facilities are 70 years old, most of them. They're falling apart. Most of these buildings should have been torn down, but we can't afford to replace them as a community. We don't generate that kind of revenue. So we have to work with what we have, and we have to make sure the school system is funded to make the necessary repairs. And the school system internally needs to make changes, and changes are being made. You heard Mr. Liangurel talk about the Oversight Committee, the Finance Committee that oversees the finances for GDOE. They're impressed with the changes that are occurring. The accountability is there. But it's not going to happen overnight because these problems did not develop overnight. I'm optimistic. And all I can say to senators is please help us. Don't lose faith in our school system. Our school system does a good job in the education and learning of our children. The resource issue is an issue. Having adequate employees is not really only because of money, it's because they're just not available. We got to get our people trained and educated. We have to provide more scholarships in special education. You can help with that. Provide incentives for our people to pursue program areas that we need to fill positions in. Special education, specialized coursework at DOE that need teachers with science backgrounds, math backgrounds, social studies backgrounds. We need adequate numbers of applicants because we have the positions, we just don't have the applicants. We can't force that issue. We have to provide incentives. It's something like affordable housing. One of the best ways we can help people with affordable housing is help them afford a house, where government gives them a subsidy for a down payment for a house, supports the building of subdivisions that are affordable in interest rates. We need to do that in education too. Support students to go to university and GCC to get a special education certificate or degree. Support students to go to UOG or GCC for degrees in other areas that are needed at DOE. You can help with that. Our scholarship money has declined over the years, and we've had to spread it out at UOG and GCC, keep dividing the pie among different things, and it's not enough. That contributes to the shortages of the talent that we need in our school system. You can help with that. You have the power to do that. So I speak to you with great love for the Guam Department of Education, not just as a board member, but I've taught there, and I went through the certification program to do it. I know what's required to get into DOE. It's not that easy to become a teacher, certified teacher. Our people need help to do that. And I have faith that our system will get better and better with your support. We do more good than bad. More good things happen at the Guam Department of Education than bad things. But it's never recognized for the good things we do. Mostly is for things that are negative, that happen, that are many times beyond the control of the school system. So that's my response. We look forward to working with Mr. Ho. Mr. Ho has his people out there. I drove around there yesterday at TJ. My God, I never saw so many workers in one place. So a solution is in the works. But read the contracts. Our leaders need to talk about renewing the contracts. The contracts between the governor of Guam and originally with Vortec. And all the contracts after that, the amendments, were the governor of Guam at that time and I guess the foundation that took over. But nothing ever was with DOE. DOE was never asked to be part of the contract. So we, we're sort of in the middle of that kind of issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Guthertz. Vice Speaker Adai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for everyone still being here this afternoon. My colleagues have already asked many questions, and many questions were answered. I think perhaps the only other questions is the buildings that are in question at Tizen, were they ever utilized?
I think so, not recently.
The buildings in the...
That Simon Sanchez moved into, were they ever utilized?
Only the front part, which is building C, part of it. Just then the ones that was not used by Tizen High School, they're fine, but the ones that we identified for Simon Sanchez was not utilized back then for quite many years, I would say.
So it hasn't been utilized for many years? We've been paying lease on buildings that have not been utilized for many years? Yes. So the question is, Madam Superintendent, why have we could not separate the sanitary permit for Tizen High versus Simon Sanchez? What was the thought of having it become one permit to be issued for the entire campus?
I was informed that because the original health certificate was issued to Tijan High School, and then when Simon Sanchez came in, sharing, coexisting there, that they looked at both schools, but it still fell under.
But it could not be separated?
Considered as all on one campus.
Yeah, but I mean, they have other facilities that you have a shared space, but you have separate sanitary. What was the, maybe Environmental Health can answer this better.
Half a day, Senators. My name is Leilani Navarro. I'm an Environmental Public Health Officer Administrator with the Division of Environmental Health.
Thank you.
I just wanted, yes, sir.
Let me just finish my question first, right? Could a GDOE have two separate permits for the same facility?
Yes, sir. They actually could.
Okay, so why was, Madam Superintendent, why was not two separate permits applied for one for Tijan and one for Simon Sanchez?
Is it addressed to?
No.
Why did we go with just one sanitary permit for the entire campus?
Because like I said, that we were told that it's one campus and that the holder of the permit is Tijan High School. And so Sanchez was in the Tijan campus.
I was just told by Environmental Health that two permits, it could have been two separate permits for the facilities.
Yes.
So now we got two high schools that are out of school when we could have just had one still having double session, Tijan High continuing their education. And now we have an entire campus that is closed because we decided to just stay to one permit.
So, I mean, totally, that makes, a lot of sense. And so the question that we would like to present then is that what would it take for us now to get a separate permit from, have two permits, one from Simon Sanchez and one from
Well, I don't think that's
Tijan.
possible any longer because now it's one, you
Well, no,
applied
but
as one campus
That's why
now.
I'm asking the question, is there a way now for us, and what would the process be for us to bifurcate the two, and make it, not one, but two?
So right now...
You can answer the question.
Yes, sir. So in order to obtain a separate permit, like every other health-regulated establishment, they have to go through the pre-operational application process. So they just need to submit a separate application for Simon Sanchez and submit all the necessary documents, and we'll do a pre-operational inspection to ensure that they meet the minimum requirements to operate.
And then the demerit system will be separate for both Tijan High and Southern High, correct?
Sir.
And that way they can move on in that fashion and work on each facility instead of one combined facility that the demerits is just too enormous for both facilities, right?
Right.
Okay.
And just to clarify, sir, we have regular meetings, monthly meetings with the designated point of contact at GDOE, who is the safety officer. So we've explained it even as far back as May and June of this year that they needed to understand the consequences of combining Simon Sanchez with Tijan's permit, because like what happened now, any violation cited on the Simon Sanchez side will fall under the Tijan side. But they explained to us that they understood it, and they were we asked that they submit a letter or a memo explaining this understanding, because it's the same situation that happened with Tijan and JP Torres Success Academy last year and a couple of years ago, where JP Torres fell under the permit of Tijan. So they're aware, sir.
So it was already understood, and they were aware of that. And who was it that you spoke to, or who was it that you were communicating with?
So the designated point of contact at this time is Mr. Ed Brown, the safety officer.
And Mr. Ed Brown already knew of that previously, right?
Last year, it was Mr. Chris Anderson that was the designated point of contact. So we have some email communication explaining that specific, the implications on the regulatory side when two schools share the same permit.
Right. And so the lesson learned should have been learned that it should have been two separate permits for Tejan High and Simon Sanchez.
So yes, I understand that. But now the question then that we need to know is that what do we do then with the shared facility, like the cafeteria, the gym?
So you're, we can discuss it with Ed, but you're asking whether one gym can be shared with both schools. So that happens actually with the other facilities. So there just needs to be communication how that arrangement would work.
And I'm surprised, right, Ms. Navarro, that this information wasn't communicated to the superintendent, and that a letter, indicate, and you did request for a letter that they understood, right?
Right.
Who signed that letter?
Well, we requested for this because we request that letter every year.
Yes.
They provided that letter for last year with JP Torres and Tejan High School. But for this year, because the inspection was scheduled for August 20th, they have not submitted that letter because they usually submit the documents to re-request a few days before the inspection.
And who usually signs the letter? Is it the safety officer or the superintendent?
Last year, it was the principals.
The principals?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So I guess communication needs to go out now from the superintendent to the principals as to what actually needs to happen in situations like this, right? So that there's no miscommunication and that this could have all been avoided, couldn't it? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. That's the only questions I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Speaker Adai. Senator Barnett.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to ask Principal Dexter Fulo of GW to come up and read his testimony, if that's okay.
Good afternoon, Senators, Superintendent, Deputies. Thank you for allowing me to provide this testimony. I'm here today to provide clarity about the events that led to the proposal of GW's SIFA campus sharing arrangement. My purpose is not to place blame on any individual. My purpose is to provide an accurate account of what occurred, explain the concerns raised by the GWHS community, and hopefully identify lessons that can improve how major decisions are made within our department. The acting superintendent has stated publicly that this situation resulted from miscommunication by the George Washington High School administration and a misunderstanding by the faculty and staff of George Washington High School. Because those statements involve the actions of my administration and school community, I believe I have a responsibility to explain what occurred based on the meetings and communications in which I participated in. I want to be clear about the scope of my testimony. I'm speaking specifically about those events surrounding the proposed movement of SIFA students to George Washington High School campus. The events I will describe are supported by emails, text messages, videos, and audio recording of meetings that were held in the GWHS administration conference rooms. My intent is to focus on events that can be verified through these records. It is also to ensure that we understand the context of the whole meeting, because context matters. I want to make clear that GWHS understood that SIFA students needed our assistance. Our concern was never simply whether we should help another group of students. Our concern was how the proposed arrangement would affect GWHS students, teachers, programs, school operations, and whether those affected by the decisions were being meaningfully included in the process. My hope is that this testimony will help clarify what happened, but I hope it does something more than that. I hope it helps us create a department where employees can respectfully raise concerns, ask difficult questions, and participate in decisions affecting the students we all serve. Here's the central point. Based on the meetings and communications in which I participated in, my understanding was that George Washington High School was being directed to assist SIFA by providing classroom space. GWHS did not independently initiate the proposal to provide these classrooms to SIFA. The acting superintendent was correct when he said we had 4 meetings. However, the number of meetings does not tell the entire story. I believe important details about what occurred during those meetings were not included in the statements that have been made in QAM and later at the GEB meetings. I would therefore like to provide some details and clarity in chronological order. The initial communication was texted to me by Dr. Joa Heath on July 10th, asking me if GW had vacancies. And I said, yeah, we have about 15 vacancies, inclusive of the classrooms that had asbestos. Then on July 14th, that's where we had our first meeting. Dr. Heath texted me and asked me to meet with DFAS, herself, and SIFA representatives to look at available classrooms. That meeting took place at approximately 2 p.m. because it was scheduled for 8, but we moved it to 2. Those present included DFAS, DAA, about 6 or 7 SIFA members, and 2 GWHS administration. At the meeting, DFAS asked GWHS to assist SIFA because SIFA was being displaced from GCC. I explained that GWHS had approximately 8 classrooms that were readily available without any disruption. I also explained that providing additional classrooms would require moving teachers. Because our vacant classrooms were scattered throughout the campus, providing a large number of rooms together would also require changes in existing programs and could result in high schools and middle school students sharing areas of the campus. We didn't want commingling. SIFA had therefore requested for 20 classrooms. SIFA representatives asked about using the A-Wing because they believed that area would meet the needs of their students. We explained that A-Wing housed ELA and GCC classrooms and that moving those teachers would create additional disruption. During the discussion, DFAS continued to state that the request was for approximately 20 classrooms. He recommended moving those teachers in A-Wing to move to the other areas. He also described the situation as, quote, fast-moving train, and stated that more than once that an MOU needed to have been completed yesterday, quote unquote. I explained that if GWHS was required to provide enough classrooms while keeping the middle school and high school populations as separate as possible, the best option with the least disruption involved E-Wing and G-Wing, because those are highly available, and D-Wing, which is in the middle. We explained that D-Wing housed special education students and that their needs had to be considered before any movement had occurred. During the discussion, DFAS suggested transferring those students to JFK. He later suggested that the teachers could just follow the students to JFK. We raised concerns, that was a big red flag, and that the proposal would cause us more disruption and possible lawsuits. Because the SIFA representatives were already there, we decided let's go take a tour on the campus, and we managed to show them the areas of G-Wing, E-Wing, and D-Wing. After touring the different wings and inspecting classrooms, SIFA again said they needed 20 classrooms. Because GWHS could not easily provide their number without significant displacement, the possibility of looking outside the box came up, and we looked at areas, including the PBS building. So we took a tour and walked to the PBS area. In there was SIFA, DFAS, DAA, and GWHS administration. And we walked around PBS and see if it was suitable for SIFA to place. At the conclusion of the tour, we returned to my office. Again, DFAS stated that the matter needed to move forward, regardless of whether individuals involved in the process was on leave, and he emphasized that the matter needed to be completed quickly and that the MOU and contract needed to be finalized as soon as possible. Based on those statements, the request for approximately 20 classrooms and the discussions about moving existing students and teachers, I understood that GWHS was expected to assist in accommodating SIFA. That understanding is important because it guided the actions I took afterwards as a principal. Immediately after the meeting, I informed our teachers, including the special education teachers, about the request to provide classroom space for SIFA. I explained that based on the discussion that had taken place, using portions of the 3 wings appeared to be the most feasible way to provide the request space while minimizing interaction between high school and middle school populations. Our department chairs and special education staff then began discussing the possible effects of the proposed move and ways to reduce the disruption of our students. On July 15, 2026, I texted Dr. Heath regarding several needs identified by our special education department. These included requests to address asbestos rooms for safety and potentially housing displaced Department of Education students and special ed students and teachers. We requested the following: A110, B200, C206, and C110 be cleared for use. We also requested that C110 and C111 be partitioned so they can be accompanied by special education teachers. In addition, we requested that G109 and G110 be tiled so they can be used potentially for SIFA students. These requests were not made because we had independently decided to move our teachers. They were made because we were trying to determine how to carry out the proposed arrangements while reducing disruption to our students and our employees. Our special education teachers, understandably so, continued asking about their room assignments. We could not provide completed answers because several of the requested improvements had not yet been completed. Despite follow-up communications regarding their status, only one partition classroom had begun work by August 5th, when teachers were scheduled to report to work. At the time we reflected in my records, we did not know the remaining of the request of the other classrooms that needed to be completed so movement can occur. This added to the concern and uncertainty experienced by our staff and our teachers. On July 16th, I sent an email to Deputy Kirigua and explained that GWHS could not meet the request for 20 classrooms. It was impossible, without compromising programs serving our students. I provided a list of concerns and needs that would have to be addressed if the plan were to move forward. I also requested a meeting with the superintendent and upper management. I wanted to understand the reasons for the proposed arrangements, how it would benefit GWHS and GDOE, and why GWHS was being asked to make these changes and sacrifices. I also asked whether GCC could assist by accommodating some of the classrooms that we didn't have because we couldn't accommodate it. Deputy Kirigua asked whether she could share my concerns, my email concerns, with the leadership team. I asked her to please do it because we need to move forward. During this period, I remained in communication with our special education department chair as their department continued identifying concerns. I informed the department that GDOE had agreed to make improvements in C-Wing so that our special education programs could remain together. That was their main ask, if they can be together. Although the department continued to have concerns about the overall move, This provided a possible compromise because keeping the students together would help maintain their services. A few days later, Deputy Kidowa called and informed me that Superintendent Wanpat would accept the classroom currently identified as 16 and not 20, which took a big load off me because 20 was almost impossible to meet. The second meeting, though, took place before I was told that there were 16 classrooms. It was on July 17th, and again, the GWHS administration met with DFAS, Deputy Heath, and SIFA representatives. During this meeting, a campus was requested so additional space could be considered in an effort to meet SIFA's needs. We were asked whether office spaces could be converted into classrooms. We explained that all but one of the assistant principal's offices were located within the main office. By design, we had to separate the student support office because that's where students who get into fights, students who are belligerent, students who may be high in drugs, or who have issues need to be separated from the main office so they can have their privacy and they can calm down. So, we ask that remains. So the group continued then discussing how can we meet the 20 classrooms that can help SIFA. One proposal involved repairing the old warehouse near Ewing, which Cortec was using as storage for their refurbishment project. Cortec was contacted immediately to look at the possible cost of renovating that space for SIFA. Another idea involved renting 3 AC containers to meet the needs for SIFA and have the 20 classrooms. This was before I got the phone call that we couldn't do 16. There was also discussion about having Cortec leave its existing area on GWHS so that the back portion of the campus could potentially be used for SIFA student drop-off and pickup. After reviewing these options and the conditions of available spaces, additional possibilities were discussed, including moving the Freshman Academy from the F-Wing. We tried not to do that because the Freshman Academy is extremely, they need to be together, they're separated. It's one of the strong programs of GW. Again, during this meeting, DFAS described the situation as fast-moving train and emphasized that it needed to be completed quickly. I provided these details because they explain why I understood the direction from GDOE leadership to be that GWHS was expected to assist SIFA. The discussions were not limited to identifying classrooms that GWHS could voluntarily spare. They included the possible movement of teachers and students, changes involving special education programs, renovations of existing facilities, use of temporary facilities, and changes to campus operations. This was the context in which GW administration was operating. I believe that this part is important. As a principal, I understand that I am responsible for carrying out lawful directives from my supervisors and my superintendent. At the same time, I have a responsibility to advocate for the students and employees entrusted to my care and to communicate how decisions may affect our students, teachers, programs, and school operations. These responsibilities are not in conflict. A principal should be able to follow directives while also raising legitimate concerns about how that directive will affect students. At GWHS, we encourage open and sometimes difficult conversations when decisions affect our students. We don't always agree. But disagreements, when expressed respectfully and professionally, can help us make better decisions. That is the part of maintaining a collaborative school culture. During the first 2 meetings, my concern was that the discussions focused primarily on finding enough space to accommodate SIFA. From my perspective, there had not yet been a meaningful discussion with GWHS stakeholders about how the proposed arrangement would affect our students, teachers, programs, and school operations. That was a concern I continue to raise. Third meeting occurred August 3rd, 2026. The third meeting took place on August 3rd at the superintendent's office. Those present included Superintendent Wanpat, DFAS, Dr. Joa Heath, Deputy Kirigua, Senator Vince Borja, and representatives from the office and GWHS administration. Approximately 2 hours before this meeting, SIFA and Superintendent Wanpat had signed an MOU. Until that meeting, the GWHS administration and GWHS community had not seen the MOU or even a draft of it. During the meeting, DFAS stated that GW had offered the spaces. If you recall, I immediately disagreed with that statement. I explained that I had been responding to directives and requests from GDOE leadership. I stated that I had not independently offered the classroom to SIFA. That distinction is important. There is a difference between a school voluntarily offering classrooms and school administration identifying classrooms because it understands that it has been directed to accommodate another school. My actions throughout this process were based on the later understanding. The meetings concluded with acting superintendent directing DFAS and DAA, or the superintendent, sorry, directing DFAS and DAA to meet with GWHS stakeholders the following morning. The fourth meeting, August 5th, 2026. The fourth meeting was the stakeholders meeting held on August 5th at our library. The meeting began with a review of the events and timelines. GWHS stakeholders were then given an opportunity to speak directly with the acting superintendent and discuss their concerns. Stakeholders raised questions about why GWHS students, teachers, and programs were being asked to make these changes to accommodate SIFA. They also raised concerns about the process, including what they viewed as a lack of transparency and collaboration. One of the central questions was why GWHS was being asked to make these changes and how the arrangement would affect the students and programs of George Washington High School. These were reasonable questions. They were also questions that our school community believed should have been discussed earlier in the process. Following these events, statements were made publicly that placed responsibility for the situation that occurred on GWHS administration. During a KUAM interview, DFAS stated that the problem resulted from an error or a miscommunication involving the principal and assistant principal. At the Guam Education Board meeting, DFAS again stated that the issue occurred at the school level. This was stated also by Superintendent Wanpat at a later GEB meeting. I respectfully disagree with this characterization. I asked the entire sequence of events be considered. I was asked how many classrooms were available. I was asked to meet with GDOE leadership and SIFA reps to inspect classrooms. We were told that approximately 20 classrooms were needed. When those classrooms were not available, discussions included moving teachers, moving special education students and their teachers, renovating a warehouse, using temporary air conditioning containers, changing campus drop-off and pickup arrangements, and relocating the freshman academy. Throughout this process, I communicated with our teachers and the department leaders about the proposed changes. I raised concerns with GDOE leadership about the impact on GWHS students. I requested assistance to reduce disruption to our special education students. I requested a meeting with upper management to discuss the reasons for the proposed arrangements and its impact to GWHS. And when it was stated that GWHS had offered the classrooms, I immediately stated that that was not my understanding of what had occurred. For these reasons, I do not believe it is accurate to characterize the situation simply as a miscommunication by the administration of GW or a misunderstanding by the GW teachers. The GWHS community understood that SIFA needed assistance. Sorry, I'm kind of a dry mouth. Can I get a water? The concern was not simply whether we should help another school. We're willing to help. The concern was how the proposed arrangement would affect GWHS students, teachers, programs, and school operations, why GWHS was being asked to make these changes, and whether the people affected by those changes had been meaningfully included in the decision-making process. Those were the questions we were asking. Thank you. Those are the questions that I still believe deserve answers, but I do not want my testimony to end here. I do not want this testimony to end simply with a disagreement over who was responsible for what happened. If that is all we accomplish, then we have missed an opportunity. I believe we should use this experience to improve how decisions are made within GDOE. GWHS is a mission and vision-driven school. Our faculty stakeholder meetings, we regularly return to our mission and vision because they remind us what our decisions must ultimately serve. That's our students. We welcome difficult conversations and different point of views. We do not always agree with one another, but we believe that people affected by a decision should have an opportunity to raise concerns, ask questions, and offer solutions. I believe we should expect the same approach throughout all of GDOE. Our state strategic plan identifies collaborative leadership as an important objective. It is the first strategy in our state strategic plan. To me, collaborative leadership does not mean that we all must agree. It means that the people who will be affected by a major decision receive meaningful information and have a meaningful opportunity to provide input before that decision becomes final. That is where I believe this process fell short. The issue was not the number of meetings. The issue was when meaningful stakeholder involvement occurred and what those meetings were intended to accomplish. During the first meeting, the discussion focused primarily on how GWHS could provide enough space to accommodate SIFA. We discussed classrooms. We discussed moving teachers. We discussed moving students. We discussed special education spaces. We discussed temporary facilities and renovations. We discussed changes to campus operations. What was missing was an equally serious discussion about the impact those decisions could have had on GWHS students, employees, programs, and families. By the August 3rd meeting, an MOU had already been signed approximately 2 hours before we met. Until that meeting, the GWHS administration and our school community had not seen the MOU or draft of it. That experience raises a larger question that goes beyond GWHS and SIFA. How should major decisions that affect school communities be made? I believe this experience gives DOE and Guam Education Board an opportunity to establish a better process. I respectfully ask the department and the board to consider several principles when major decisions will significantly affect a school community. And principles, LE, not A, not principles. First, communicate early. School leaders and affected stakeholders should receive accurate information before major decisions are finalized. Communication after a decision has already been made is not the same as participation in the decision-making process. Second, listen before deciding. The people closest to our students, including principals, teachers, support staff, parents, and other stakeholders, often understand impacts that may not be visible at the central office level. Give them an opportunity to speak. It does not weaken the leadership. It leads to better decisions. Third, explain the rationale. There will be more times when difficult decisions must be made. Not everyone will agree with those decisions, but employees and stakeholders should understand why a major decision is necessary, what alternatives were considered, and how the final decisions serve students of GDOE. Fourth, clearly document responsibilities and expectations. When expectations are given, there should be clarity about who made the decision, who is responsible for carrying it out, what resources will be provided, and what outcomes are expected. That clarity protects everyone. It also reduces the possibility that responsibility will later be disputed. Finally, we should not confuse respectful disagreement with insubordination. Employees should be able to raise concerns about the impact of a decision without fearing that those decisions will be viewed as refusing to follow directives. As a principal, I understand that there will be times when I disagree with a decision and must still carry it out. Leadership does not require agreement on every issue, but good leadership should allow people to ask difficult questions, especially when those concerns raise the welfare of our students. I am not asking this body simply to determine who was right and wrong. I am asking us to examine the process. Good communication, has it occurred earlier? Could affected stakeholders have been involved sooner? Could the rationale have been explained more clearly? Could responsibilities have been documented more clearly? Could concerns have been heard before major decisions were finalized? And most importantly, what can we change so that the next school community facing a major decision has a better experience than what we had at GW? Those are questions worth asking. Accountability is important, but accountability should do so more than identifying what went wrong. It should help us improve what happens next. That's why I'm here. I'm not here to defend myself. I'm here because I believe this experience can lead us to better changes. Our work in education is difficult and meaningful. Every day, we ask our students to listen, communicate, collaborate, and learn from mistakes and improve. As educational leaders, we should be willing to expect the same from ourselves. We have an opportunity to improve our island through education. That responsibility belongs to all of us, the superintendent, the board, the school administrators, teachers, support staff, families, students, and the community. We will not always agree, but we can commit to listening to one another. We can communicate honestly. We can make decisions transparently. We can give the people affected by those decisions a meaningful voice. And after difficult situations, we can ask not only who was responsible, but also what can we learn and what can we do better. My hope is that what happened at George Washington does not simply become another controversy that we eventually move past. My hope is that it becomes an opportunity for change. If this experience results in cleaner communication, greater transparency, stronger collaboration, and a better process for involving our school communities, then something positive can come from this difficult situation. Let us remain guided by our mission and vision. Let us keep our decisions centered on students. And let us work together to make GDOE better for our next generation of students and educators who will follow us. Thank you for the opportunity.
Sidusmasi, Principal Fulo, for clearing the record, and the chair has informed me that we're under time constraints and the hearing will have to be wrapped in a few minutes, so I did want to offer the opportunity. And again, that's unfortunate. There's a lot of concerns with GDOE that we need to address, I think, today, but did you have any response to this testimony from Principal Fulo? And also, I'd like to just say on the record, no retaliation, por favor.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Yes, I'd like to say a few comments. First and foremost, I'm a leader. I'm a leader of this management team. I'm a former retired commanding officer. I worked in the Pentagon. I understand leadership, and I was a leader in a leadership position, and an issue came forward. GCC called and said they're no longer going to be able to accommodate SIFA. So we have a fellow educational school that is in dire need with a short amount of time. He talks about the meeting on July 10th. We're talking about less than a month before schools to open. SIFA children are children of the Guam community. They deserve a learning environment no different than any of the other schools. So the question became, GCC can no longer accommodate. Can you help us? The call went out to GW High School, which is close to where the parents and the students were going to school, said, do you have vacant classrooms? Do you have any vacant classrooms? The answer is yes. So, okay, I will not apologize for trying to maximize the usage of our facilities. I will not apologize for the fact that we could accommodate another set of students with minimal disruption in our facilities. So the question became, yes, we have vacant classrooms. In that first meeting, the principal said we can give up 15 classrooms. The ask was for more, but the offer was for 15 classrooms. So there's a possibility here. There's a possibility. We did a site visit. We looked around. We wanted to see what was safe. What could we do to prevent commingling as much as possible? We understood and took all these into account. And, oh, by the way, did I forget to say SIFA was there and the administration of the administrators of the school were there? The school was involved from the very beginning. It doesn't sit well with me when you say that this decision was shoved down our throat or we were not involved in the discussion. But however, we had the meeting, we looked around, some suggestions were made about how could we minimize commingling, and another meeting came to pass. In that meeting, the leadership of the school said, we talked to the special education personnel at GW, and they said it was doable. It was okay to move them. That is the information that was conveyed to me.
Deputy Leon, I just kind of have to stop you there because I spoke with the special education personnel at George Washington High School, and I think we're kind of getting away from the point.
Oh, no, but just a second, sir. You just said that, right? And you were in the same meeting that I was in when the department chair of the GW High School Special Ed stood up and communicated that, yes, he communicated to the principal that it was okay, he was in favor of moving the students. He said that at a meeting that you were there. And then he made a mistake, he's sorry. But he did communicate that. So the information going out to everybody that special ed wasn't requested, their information wasn't requested, is false. You were there in that meeting where he stood up and said, I did say that, correct?
Deputy Leon
Did he say that?
I think that I'm asking the question.
Thank you.
And I think I want to ask, do you want to apologize for kicking out the special education students to create vacant spaces to accommodate the charter school? I think that's really the core issue here. And Mr. Chair, I don't know how much time we have left, but yeah, and I think when we in the legislature discussed GDOE's ability to rent vacant spaces, I don't think any of us thought that it meant you're going to kick out the special education and stick them in the laundry closet, which was exactly what was going to happen had this whole issue not been stopped. So, si Diyos Masi, Mr. Chair, are you going to recess? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I will, because you said laundry closet, I just want to tell you that the principal is the one who selected the classrooms that the special education students would be moved to. The principal made that decision, and he asked for a checklist of things to be correct. Okay. When the facts come out, I'm sorry you're not comfortable with that. Thank you.
No, those aren't the facts. I think the facts were relayed by the principal that he was executing a decision from his supervisors. And we see the theme here in this hearing. The leadership of GDOE continues to throw the principals under the bus. They're blaming the students for taking pictures at Tizan High School. There's just a lot of blame to go around, and I'm not sure how much time we have left, but I did want to, because Deputy Superintendent, ma'am, you had said that you weren't aware of the conditions at Tizan High School prior to the start of the school year. Is that correct?
Can you explain? I didn't hear.
When were you aware of the conditions that existed at Tizan High School that would have warranted shutdown by public health?
We did not see that coming. It was good because, like I said earlier, that we did the re-inspection. Both principals are aware of the inspection checklist, and we did walk through the campus.
When was that, ma'am?
I don't recall. It's towards
Well,
the
I'd just
summer.
like to draw your attention to this document. This is the Guam Department of Education document. It's dated January 12th. And this document is a GDOE school building inspection report of Tizen High School. Now, in this document, all of the major demerit violations are listed here, to include the obnoxious odor of raw sewage from the restrooms, to include the downed ACs, to include the lighting demerits, to include all of the issues with the restrooms, to include the issue with the tiles.
So that you said
So
January?
as you sit here and tell us that you guys were totally blindsided about the conditions at Tizen High School, this document says that GDOE knew about these conditions months before they announced the merger with Tizen and Sanchez High School. So if you knew about these conditions with major public health demerits and violations in January, what effort, if any, was made to correct these deficiencies? Yes.
So if that's January, so that is just for the Tizen High School portion, not the Simon Sanchez.
Well, these are the violations that are listed in the public health inspection
and those
report.
violations, they allow us to address them back in January. And
So-
their re-inspection wasn't set for
Until
those
August.
things until
Yes,
August
yes,
4th.
Yes.
Yes.
And
And we had to address them
the inspection was the result of complaints from parents and students and students who shared with the media and everybody the conditions at the school. So again, I just want to ask if you knew about these conditions at Tizen High School since January. What effort, if any, was done to remedy the violations? Was there any communication with the and Cortec responsible for the maintenance of the facility? Because had we addressed these issues since January, maybe we wouldn't see this shutdown of Tizen and Sanchez.
Most of the demerits that resulted for the closure is from the Simon Sanchez.
Ma'am, they're the same demerits. The sewage is connected on both sides. These are the same demerits that were cited in the public health inspection report. So again, what, if anything, did GDOE do to correct these deficiencies? Because these are the same deficiencies that shut down Tizen High School for both the Tizen Titans and the Simon Sanchez Sharks.
It's just one inspection for one campus. So, like I said,
Just
the result
respectfully,
of
ma'am,
that,
if you
we
knew
gotta
about
be-
it since January,
not.
you can't come into this legislature and tell us that you were blindsided
I
by
did
it.
not say
If
I
you
was
announced
blindsided.
this merger with Tizen and Sanchez, the most disruptive merger, moving the Sharks further away from Gigo, and you knew that there were these impediments, why was nothing done to correct these deficiencies?
Those
Why didn't you
were-
get on Cortec to come in and correct these deficiencies?
Senator, that paper that you're holding is an inspection for
Superintendent, I
Tizen
know
High
what paper
School.
I'm holding. I know how to read. These are the
No,
same violations cited in the
I
public health
understand
report.
that, but what you need to do is we need to separate this out. That
It's one
form-
permit, one
wait,
school,
that-
Superintendent.
Allow me to explain.
One permit, one school.
You've done already that you're.
Please explain why
your
nothing was
speech.
done.
No, I'm saying that was January, yes, but that was Tizen High School because the Sanchez site was closed off.
Was
They weren't
condemned, yes,
using it.
because you stuck the
They were
Sharks into a
only
condemned section of the
They
school.
were only using the front for the Success Academy, but all of the other buildings weren't being used. That now was worked on to prepare to allow then this, Simon Sanchez to move in there. When they came in now, they looked at both campus, and a lot of the citations, yes, were on the site now of Simon Sanchez. So it's not, so they're, and you're right, if they did it separately, we would have gotten maybe one for just Sanchez, and then that would have remained for Tizen. But that's not the case now. That's the reason why we had asked if, at the time, whether there could be two separate permits. But the holder of the permit is Tizen High School. And that's what we've been trying to communicate with public health. And now they're saying that we have to go through the pre-application, submit all the documents so that we can bifurcate then both schools now and have their own separate, permits, and we would definitely do that.
I know the chair is about to recess the hearing, but I think the fact remains that these major demerit violations were discovered by GDOE way back in January, and according to your testimony here, little to nothing was done until prior to the start of the school year. I take responsibility as a member of the legislature. I'm not sure I'm hearing that from your side. You continue to throw everybody under the bus. But I think last question before you recess, you said in the board meeting that you're pushing for schools to open by Monday, August 31st.
Senator,
that's relevant to public health.
You must have stepped out,
and the inspection being
the
passed.
The question was asked of me about who's to blame, who's to take blame, that there's a lot going around, and whether you were here or not.
I was here.
And the senator is that I apologize to everyone, students, teachers, parents, all other stakeholders, because I am the superintendent, and I will take full responsibility of that. So please don't say that I didn't apologize when I did publicly.
I'm not really looking for an apology, Superintendent.
But you said that you
We've been
apologizing
tracking
and you haven't heard
that you
whether I did.
consistently blame the principals. You blame the principals for redistricting. You blame the principals for Teason High School. You blame the principals for SIFA and GW.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. We're going to have to, because of the feed, and we've kind of exceeded the bandwidth for the YouTube, we're going to go ahead and recess this public hearing until a later time. We're going to have to work out the dates, but we'll put out the public notice in regards to that. But apologies for rushing to recess this because of the... but right now, the Committee on Education is in recess. We will put out a public notice for the reconvening of this oversight hearing. Thank you.